she said she said like she was good, so I was just kind of with bits of like this is the way. She's like, oh, there are different ways and things. So, I mean, I've never met her myself.
I did look to apply for the position, and you see, was turned off by the amount of how she was. But she was obviously being served out to so
It's weirdly silent.
Writing a short essay comparing the differences.
Where did you?
Wasn't she makes you write essays?
Before you even join.
She has such a teacher persona, like honestly, like you feel like a kid, like listening to her, you know what I mean? Like you're like the first time I met her, so people were late. So they were like coming in, and she was like, no. Like you're like a kid who's like late, and it's like, and she literally was like, go.
Really?
Yeah, we were all like,
hold on, I need to come.
it was very full to be fair, the room, but still, like, she was just like, you were late. Like first year she was like obsessed with Constantinople. She was like everything has to be about Constantinople. It's like a big like managed city, which is true. But it's like wow, it's so good. Like, makes such sense. Let's get Constantinople. It's all about that. She got to and then next year it's like no, not just yeah, she was doing Cordoba or something.
Oh yeah, we did Cordoba at my first school. Yeah.
This is kind of funny though because I think she's on her own like history journey. Like I'm the same. I always have like an obsession each year. Like I'm really interested. But because people listen to what she's like, forget all of what I said before. Like, this is the new way. She's very enthusiastic. Teachers.
Yeah. Where did you
So I didn't actually do PhD. I had a very weird roots teaching. I trained as an archaeologist, so I was working as an archaeologist. And there was like a curriculum writing job things. I've also done copywriting before, so I kind of basically got into like curriculum design and then did like a skill. That was like the school, so it was all like not like an official route. Yeah. No, 2 years. I was like there. I was actually went to a reunion at second school yesterday, which reminded me how much of baptism, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, I have a lot of like, love for it, but so I was like, do I really want to do that?
Yeah.
Did it?
No way, I was trying to get how you feel about presenting for why I studied it? I mean, these are big class, like questions.
What's really good, I can't remember his name, is it Albany? Robinson? He's on quite a slim majority. It's a big constitutional force in the evolution of the monarchy. It's tanked as well. All their effort into this was one of the... Yeah.
No, I'm not being bothered.
I don't want to, but yeah, when I said to my mom, she was going to tell you about and the advert for a job came out yesterday, so that's what they last minute. And I know the advert gives towards me, so that's when they got the job.
They also did a referendum on gay marriage as well. No, it went through, but it was like such a vicious, like, why make it a referendum? Do you know what I mean? Well,
Because they affect everyone. Should then decide why.
I don't need it.
it's not everything else though, isn't it?
Before I worked in the
So making the rules actually up there.
I'm here to So accidentally I'm in the front row. Okay. Which was like, you know Helen, and I'm like, she out count. Any time.
I mean, the name.
13 years.
Awesome people.
Yeah, they two start.
I've seen a picture.
It's like, yeah, it's just how the kids like that.
The no vote is saying you must vote no if you're unsure. And that might slow us. Only vote isn't really or not bothered or whatever. And there was a really strong campaign about you must go out and vote for no if you're not sure about it. So I wonder whether that.
With the Scottish referendum, it's set about the phrase with yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's a positive step. No negative. There.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. I do apologise for us being so late. We've had a few changes to the programme, as you can see. Okay, so thank you so much for coming on a cold October morning. At least it's not raining, which is better than yesterday as I was travelling down. Okay, if you notice I say okay a lot, I do apologise. Okay. So, my name is Claire Mayrow. I am hosting today. I am starting to work with the Teachmeet team in regards to history. And today we've got a fantastic lineup of some history teachers, some academic historians, all talking about what they're doing, which is absolutely brilliant. I'm just confirming with my colleagues that everything is all set up already. Fantastic. Okay. As you can see, there is a slight change to our programme. Unfortunately, Fern is not here today. And so we are going to be doing a few changes to that programme as it goes through. There's going to be breaks a little bit earlier. Lunch, tea and so on will be, tea and coffee will be at the back. We have got our lovely sponsors who are all around, and please go and speak to them. They will be coming up to speak to us at some point during the day. And right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce our first Teachmeet. This is Emily. Emily is a fantastic historian, works up in Lincolnshire, nearby me. Okay, she is looking at, particularly today, in regards to retrieval practice within Key Stage 4 classroom, which is a big thing, I know, especially within my school and amongst other schools. She is leading on CPD throughout her school and her department, okay, and has been helping to rewrite the entire curriculum with particular focus on retrieval practice. So, Emily, would you like to go?
Good morning. So as Claire said, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about retrieval practice this morning and kind of where our journey in terms of mine and then through into my department and then into wider school. So I am a history teacher, but I also do research and development lead at my school, which is a position I've got quite recently. And I can say it all started actually from retrieval practice. So retrieval practice is something that absolutely transformed my teaching. I was on maternity leave in 2018 and 2019, and through those lovely people at Teacher Tack giving us all those free John Catt vouchers, I'm pretty sure people have benefited from these, I chose Kate Jones's Love to Teach book, and this was very much my gateway into teaching and learning. It has transformed the way that I teach, it has transformed my kind of career prospects, and it was the thing that made me go from let's just be a history teacher to actually I am passionate about teaching and learning, developing my own and other people's practice. And it was really important for me this bit because it's still continuing to have impacts on how we use our curriculum. So I thought it would be a good place to start is to talk about retrieval practice. I'm sure we all know what it is, but it's that element of recalling information to mind so it enhances our learning, it's forcing us to pull out our knowledge. And essentially, if we're doing effortful retrieval, then we are strengthening the knowledge that we have, and then it is going to be more fully embedded in our mind. And that's really important, because if we take these two quotations, which I'm sure most of us are familiar with, however controversial they may be in some circles about what learning actually is, this essentially is telling us that not only is what we pick to teach important, our choice of knowledge, that aspect of knowledge-rich curriculum and our choice of knowledge is really important, but I would argue that actually then the retrieval practice is just as important. If we are choosing what we want our students to know, what we think the core knowledge is that they need to know, then unless we're deliberately planning in opportunities for them to recall that multiple times, that learning is lost. It's a very natural part of our brains to forget things. And so we need to be doing things that are enabling students to be more successful and more likely to remember them. We can pick all the lovely knowledge we like, but if we're not coming back to it, then they are not going to know that. So I would argue that that is essentially the most important part. It is as important as our curriculum choices. Where are we putting our retrieval in there? And this is kind of where I began, with a very basic, it's very different. It's a really nice full circle today, because the first time I presented to staff in my school was about retrieval practice after I came back from maternity leave in 2019. And this is the first time I've spoken to a group of people outside of my school. So it's quite a nice circular journey, essentially. And you can see it was very much focused on retrieval strategies. I did, of course, talk about Ebbinghaus and the forgetting curve and all of the theory behind it as well. But it was very much about showing my staff what it was and how we could use it and what were those things that they were already doing in lesson and making them be more deliberate in the practice that they were doing. And what I'm really pleased to say is that from this point, all of these retrieval strategies, we've then gone on to look a lot more at the theory behind it. During those COVID years, we had remote CPD on this to develop our practice. And actually, it's now fully embedded to the point where students in our school, if you go and speak to them, will tell you, oh yeah, we do retrieval practice here, because we're very explicit about what we're doing and why we're doing it. So it's been a long journey, but it's been really, really interesting. So where did I start with this in terms of my own practice? It was very much about, let's just use it in my own lessons, let's try it in that. And then from then on, we've gone on to embed it within my department as well. So in practice, I'm going to start with Key Stage 3 and then move through to my Key Stage 4. Pre-COVID, we sat down as a department and decided what the most important knowledge was that we had. So we decided what the most important knowledge was that we needed to teach. And I'm coming from a department where when I joined, we had a lovely gallop through British history from 1066 to the Cold War, from Key Stage 3, looking at from year 7 to year 9, looking at almost every king and queen that there has existed. It was really, really traditional. When I turned up, they handed me an exercise book and went, that's our curriculum. Right, so it was a very traditional history department when we started. And so actually, even the concept for some of our staff of going, okay, let's think about what the most important things are that we need to talk about, was quite different. And this came out of the fact that we've been asked to make sure that our assessments for Key Stage 3 weren't just about the topic that they've just done, but were recalling information from throughout. So actually, by identifying just our list of knowledge that we thought was really important, it meant that that was what we focused on in our assessments, which meant that that was what we then focused on in our teaching as well. So it was about emphasising those two things. And then from there, in kind of last year, so I've been on another maternity leave since then, so when I was on my maternity leave in 2021 onwards, we then created these sheets. So first of all was we needed to be really clear about what we were doing with this whole COVID break. And then when we came back, we started to think about, well, we need to tell the kids, we need to be really explicit with our students about what they need to know. So we created these sheets that we put in their books, and we introduced this kind of from the end of Key Stage, from the end of Year 7, so about term 3 of Year 7. And it's basically a list of key questions and answers. So for Year 7, we talk about ruling classes, we talk about actually why was 1066 significant, what is a monarchy, what happens when a king dies, because lots of them are always very confused about that at the beginning of the year, and obviously that has a lot to do with that British history, like who dies and all of the arguments over who is going to be king. And this then is used for them to retrieve their Key Stage 3 assessments, because this is the knowledge that we tell them will be on their Key Stage 3 assessments, that core knowledge that they will need to be successful in our history curriculum and further. And the things that we think actually help them understand our history in general, so the things that are going to make them somebody who can go out and talk about these different things. And we are now formalising our retrieval in this sense as well. So we've now embedded, we've done a lot of curriculum designs. What we've now done is we've now embedded something called Nothing New, Just Review, which was, I think it was Darren Leslie wrote a blog about it. But we have Nothing New, Just Review lessons embedded within it, where we focus on retrieval and we explicitly teach look, cover, quiz, check as a revision technique. And it is based on actually what are the misconceptions that are coming up, what's the core knowledge from this half term that they need to know. And those lessons feed directly into the knowledge that we have identified as being really important. And then we have these for year 8 and year 9 as well, so that everybody is really clear about what it is that is the most important aspect. And that is ongoing, like the embedding of it and the Nothing New, Just Review and new parts of our curriculum that we are trying to make it really explicit. And then I looked at year 10 history, and I'm sure like most of you, we have this perennial problem of whether we have a 2 or 3 year Key Stage 4, we teach something at the beginning of that period, and quite often we're then like, well, the next time they're examined on it is in June. And this is the case that we found for Germany. We were teaching it September to December, and then it was June before we started kind of talking to them about revising that knowledge. And so one of the things that I did was I looked at creating, so I was like, well, what is the solution to this? Here's our problem, what's the solution? Haven't got huge amounts of lesson time, we're on 350 minutes a week for our Key Stage 4. So there's not huge amounts of lesson time. So instead, what I created, and this is very much taken, I think it's Helen Knight created this originally, a 100 tasks sheet. So I sit with year 10 at the end of their Germany one. So right, so you've got this sheet. Now I want you to do 2 or 3 tasks from this each week. You need to colour code them depending on which of the 4 aspects of the Germany course we've done. And then I'm going to check them, and then if you've not done that, I'm sure, like, just listening to me, it's unwieldy. Checking it was unwieldy, cognitive load was too much for the students, it was really difficult for them. So, instead, what we've then moved on to doing, and this was last year, and that's not working, I need to amend this. And there's this brilliant resource that somebody created for Germany that's got all of the content and then has exam practice on it. And I have amended it as well, but I couldn't find the original author of this one. So instead, in January of last year, or this year, I gave this to my year 10, I said, right, 1 page a week. And every Friday I'm going to test you on that content. Not all of the 15 questions, but you will be tested on this content in a 10-minute quick quiz at the beginning of our lessons. And that's what we did. And that became fully embedded. And then really geekily, I then had a spreadsheet that was like, what were those 10 questions, kind of ranked them as to which ones they had the most misconceptions about. So I tried to develop a culture of error as well. So it was rather than how many did you get right, how many did you get wrong? Tell me why you didn't understand that one. Let's unpick that together. So they got really confident about going, yeah, I got like 3 wrong this week, miss, and I don't really understand what this was or why this happened. And so it meant that actually they were quite open about their misconceptions. And then I could plan on that spreadsheet to come back to that 2 or 3 weeks later, that question, because they built up over time. So that actually we were then revisiting that knowledge again. So again, identifying that knowledge and then using spacing and interleaving to make sure that we could actually retrieve it again and see if those misconceptions have been addressed. And it was a really powerful way of doing it. So because I've taken that group through, I've now got a retrieval pack for GCSE. Now I made this in COVID as well when we had loads of time. So I teach warfare through time. I don't know if anybody else in this room does, but yeah. So there is nothing out there for warfare through time. So as well as the ones that I amended for Germany and Anglo-Saxon and what is our other unit? Germany and Anglo-Saxon, the main ones to do Cold War, but that's not in here. I made an entire set of ones for warfare through time for these as well. And these cycle through. So they start in, this year we started at the end of year 10. And it will go Germany, Anglo-Saxon, warfare. Germany, Anglo-Saxon, warfare, but all very specific parts of the course. And this takes us from September all the way up to May half term. And this is their homework for the year. Now, I've been using this on and off since September 2020. And this is the first year that I've really thought that it absolutely works. And this is because I have got that culture of error already embedded and because those routines are always in place. So they work through this each week. Now, the group I've got at the minute, not very motivated outside of school. So what I've done is I've dedicated one of my precious 50-minute lessons a week to entirely do revision. And what we do in that is we do keyword bingo to start off with, because we've got a whole bingo league thing going on to try and get them to come to lesson on time and all of that. But then we do a knowledge quiz based on what they should have done for their homework the previous week. We then look at the content for the week coming. So they see this content in the lesson the week before, in their homework over that week, and then they're tested on it the following week. And again, these are cumulative. So it isn't a case of, well, it's only going to be the first Germany one. It will be from all of them that have gone through, picking up different things. A lot of, can you define this keyword? And then we talk about them again. So again, it's building up over time. So from September through to May, they will have revisited everything that they have done in year 10. Because we managed to get through 3 of our 4 topics in year 10. And they will revisit every single one. So it's really full on. But what I'm finding is that their retrieval is much better. It encourages the habits of revision and the habits of retrieval. So essentially what I would say is my key takeaways from this are very much about, first of all, know what it is you want to teach. Specify your knowledge, which I'm sure we're all at. Then it's about planning your retrieval, Key Stage 3 and Key Stage 4. Where are your retrieval opportunities coming in? Are they formal whole lesson things? Or are you using like just the beginning of lessons? Can you use your homework? And that would be my other thing, use your homework for retrieval. It's worked really well. And build your routines so that that is going to be as effective as possible in your lessons. So hopefully you found these. I'm willing to share anything, particularly if any of you do warfare, please ask. But if you want to see any of my resources, then I'm very willing to share it. You can find me online on Twitter. I'm seeing around all day today, but thank you very much. I hope you found it useful.
Thank you, Emily, for that. I know retrieval has been a really big culture on my school. It's not everyone else's school. Okay, so our next person coming up will be Owen. Just checking what's there. Are you doing it after Owen? Yes. Okay, that's fine. Our next person coming up is Owen. Okay, Owen is looking at that lovely aspect of local history and how to tie that in, particularly looking at in regards to the slave trade. Yeah, that's okay. Just very quickly, while Owen's just getting himself sorted out and ready to speak, just to remind you all, we are obviously live on Twitter and stuff, things like that, so if you are tweeting about, or tweeting whatever we're doing, hashtag HTMI, is that correct? HTMI?
TMHI.
Oh, sorry, TMHI. Sorry, it's my first time doing this. So, TMHI, please make sure you tag us into all that. Oh, yes, raffle. Sorry, I'm giving all the notes. Steph is someone who's organising today. Okay, we do have a raffle going on. If you are interested in that raffle, there is 5 tickets for £1. We've got some fantastic resources there, some books going on there. If you ask any of the staff members going around, we will help you get those tickets. Okay. Break will be coming up shortly after all these teach meets. Please make sure you go and speak to us. Sponsors, they are all around our room, and without them, quite frankly, we will not be able to do these as cheaply and as easily as we are doing them right now. They support us a hell of a lot. So please go and speak to them, find out about stuff. I know I went on a hunt course earlier this week, and it was absolutely fantastic. Collins and OU Publishing has got some fantastic resources coming out recently. Okay.
Morning, everybody. My name is Brian Williams, and I'm going to talk to you a bit about a new Year 8 inquiry that we've done on Empire, but with a local focus. So our context in our school is in Kingston-upon-Thames in Surrey. Over the course of the last 3 years or so, we're in the last phase, dragging ourselves to the last phase of the Year 9 reform to our Key Stage 3 curriculum this year. And Kingston-upon-Thames has many of you will probably know, it has a local connection to Athelstan, the Anglo-Saxon king, so it's possibly the first king of England. You can see the coronation stone here outside of our Guild Hall. So as part of my original research for a new Athelstan inquiry for the Year 7 curriculum, I went down to Kingston's local church here, All Saints, and was looking at some of the exhibits relating to Athelstan's life, including you can see here a mocked-up version of the crown that he was likely to have worn. As I was exiting the church, the date's perhaps quite important because of the context in politics at the time. But as I was exiting the church, my eye was drawn to this small A4 notice attached to the wall, hurriedly attached to the wall, which obviously captured the eye of Black Lives Matter, which was at its height in the summer of 2020. And it said that on the wall above is a memorial to Charles Nicholas Palmer, MP for Surrey, who owned an estate in Jamaica and was a spokesman for the planters' interests in the 1820s. And there's up high on the wall above the east entrance is this plaque here to Charles Nicholas Palmer, Esquire, late of the island of Jamaica. And so this caught my interest, and I thought, go and Google this. This might be interesting, maybe not for Year 7, but it could certainly find a place as we move through our Key Stage 3 reform. I found a little pamphlet that the church had produced called Echoes of Slavery, and found out that Charles Palmer lived locally here at a country home called Norbiton Place. Norbiton is just to the east of Kingston upon Thames. And so, intrigued, I delved deeper and learned a bit more about Charles Palmer. So I mentioned he's a Jamaican, grew up born in Jamaica. His family were slave owners, plantation owners on the island, but who returned to England and won a seat in Kingston upon Thames. He was sort of a protege of Lord Liverpool and did a lot of work in the town, building the bridge across the Thames. They're renovating that. But what really sort of surprised me and sold the story of Norbiton Place to me is that just a few years before Charles Palmer took over the building, let's bring them both in here, this man here in the centre, Caesar Picton, lived at Norbiton Place. Caesar Picton was a Senegalese boy, 6-year-old, kidnapped from Africa by a mysterious Captain Parr and gifted to the man there on the left, Sir John Phillips, who was also an MP, not for Kingston, for South Wales, but he had lived at Norbiton Place as his sort of home from home whilst he was in London on his political business. And so Caesar Picton had been gifted to John Phillips, and John Phillips had raised him, and then after he died, his wife continued to be a widow, and Caesar Picton would go on to receive money in the will from Mrs. Phillips and establish a successful coal trading business on the Thames. So this seemed like just an incredible story, all centred in a local home. I had to go out and try and find out where Norbiton Place was, and so this is really, a 1 in a million chance to stumble across a story like this. But not for long, because because I found it's now an asset. So scrap the field trip. But it was just a stone's throw from our school. You can see our school on the left there, and the Asda just about 100, 150 metres away up the road. So immediately we could start by saying, the Asda, yeah, I've got a story about that. And the interesting thing about the story of Norbiton Place, of course, is that it fills a bit of a gap in the stories that we tell about empire. So, of course, slavery, particularly transatlantic slavery, is a global story, and I'm sure we've all told the story of the triangle of trade, and we have done so even under our old curriculum. And of course, there's the national story of Britain's important place in abolishing slavery. But where the local story is certainly an archive that they were missing. So Norton Place fills that purpose, slots into that gap perfectly. The next question was the question, what are we going to do with this story? So there are lots of different avenues and aspects of slavery and empire that we could have looked at. So obviously the triangle of trade through Palmer's place as a Jamaican plantation owner. Picton's life in London as an African man. So London is an original centre of the British slave trade before Liverpool and Bristol took over. Palmer's role refurbishing Picton Place. Interesting aspect about Palmer is that he went completely bankrupt in the course of spending money in order to become an MP and then to try to preserve the rights of the privileges of the plantation owners, and he ended up fleeing to France in disgrace. And part of the costs involved there was to keep up appearances and completely refurbish Normanton Place into, this picture comes from a catalogue of grand homes of Surrey, which was put together in the 19th century, and that was mainly because of Palmer's expensive renovations. Treatment of enslaved people in Britain, the existence and assimilation of free black people in Britain, because Picton, although he began life essentially as a kid and a boy, as a slave into a world that he didn't know, and he was raised well and treated well by the standards of the day by Phillips, and eventually was a free man established as a local businessman. The early abolitionists, like Phillips, we're not quite sure what Phillips's views were. Why did he treat Picton so well? It's probably because of his religion. And then the abolition compensation, that story is possible to tell through Palmer as one of the leaders in Parliament of the moves to try to get compensation when abolition came. Of course, we couldn't ignore the fact that the story centres on one building, and so putting Normanton Place at the centre of the story was crucial. So we ended up settling on this question: what did the slave trade mean to the occupants of Normanton Place, with the different opinions men would have had in relation to that trade. So it's a similarity and difference inquiry. Three main lessons after introduction to the slave trade, and particularly London's part in it. As the first one focuses on Phillips, just taking this person by person, in which the main drive was to think about whether or not Phillips was really a supporter of slavery or not. He was a fervent Methodist, but also he had family connections to slavery and plantations. There is nothing from Phillips in the source record that explicitly states his opinions on slavery, so there's a lot of influence involved here. Next, we looked at Picton himself, and part of this lesson was to compare him to the wider community of Africans living in London at the time, which was important to show the diversity of people living in London at the time with African ancestry. He wasn't involved in the abolition campaign as much as we know, unlike Equiano, but he was wealthy and prosperous, unlike the beggar Joe Johnston, and John Eastman was another example of an African living in England at that time, comparing them to Caesar Picton, and asked the students to think how similar they were. So it's a pre-practice for our end task on similarity and difference. Finally, why did Charles Palmer run out of money? We looked at the refurbishment of Normanton Place, but we also looked at the impact upon the slave trade and plantation businesses from revolts and revolutions in the Caribbean. So the end task was very, very simple. An example paragraph, but then the students filled in two subsequent paragraphs, making direct comparisons between Picton, Palmer, and Phillips. And so that was the end of the inquiry. They enjoyed it. We did lots of surveying and to try and see how our new curriculum was landing. But they seemed to enjoy it. In terms of our reflections on the inquiry, the student reaction, the work they produced was very good. Adding curriculum depth to Empire was a great benefit of this inquiry. We'd like to do some more local research using the archives in Kingston, and there is a recognition directly opposite as to there's another building that is recognised with Normanton Hall, which is quite confusing when you're doing the research into it. So lots of references to Normanton Hall, but actually you want to know about Normanton Place. So we might like to start a local campaign to try and get altered place recognised. And lastly, if you're interested in doing something similar to this, then I'd recommend the website Lost Heritage, which has a list of almost 2,000 country homes, senior homes, that no longer exists like an altered place, and may well, in all likelihood, have a strong connection to empire and slavery somewhere near you. That's it. Thanks for listening.
Hi everybody, just very quickly from me, we just wanted to give you a quick kind of heads up in terms of what's changed in terms of the schedule. Just so you know, unfortunately Fern has spoken to us this morning. She's really not very well, so she is now currently in her bed, feeling very sorry for herself and not very well. But she has promised us that the next time we have a teach meet, hopefully she'll be able to make it. So unfortunately she's not a very well person, so we send our best wishes to her and we hope that she gets well soon. It does mean that we're slightly tweaking things and moving things around. So the lovely handout you have, unfortunately now, is a work of fiction. I'm very sorry. So just bear with us as we kind of work through how we're going to change things. So when we go, oh, extra break, we've got how exciting, go and speak to someone. Brilliant. So we'll just try and make it the best that we possibly can in terms of moving things around. So bear with us. But as you know, teachers, we think on our feet and we'll make it work. So thank you. And all new speakers, can you stand here as well, please? I'm reliably informed by Mr. Rogers, otherwise we can't hear you. Yeah, I'm very loud, you can hear me anyway. But on the stream and everything, if you stand here, that'd be marvellous. Thank you. I'll stop being bossy now. Okay.
Right, so we have got our next speaker. Our next speaker is Amanda. Okay, so Amanda's coming up and getting herself all sorted. Okay, Amanda is a teacher at a very large comprehensive school and has been teaching for quite a while. Has worked in international schools, has been head of history, faculty for EBAT, and so on. And she is currently going to be talking to us about creating that aspect of chronological coherence at Key Stage 3, which I know as a head of history, I struggle with. So I'm very interested in hearing about this. So, Amanda.
Thank you. Hello. Sorry, I'm just mesmerised by how airbrushed I've made my photograph there. I apologise. I did nothing like I realised. So I'm talking really about what has become a labour of love, really, over 13 years of teaching and leading history. So I apologise if this kind of becomes a long story of, I suppose, the challenges that I feel I've faced and how I've tried to overcome them. I'd love to say I have all the solutions for you today, but it's very much still a work in progress. So obviously, I'm starting with our national curriculum. Now, it's quite frightening, really, that for a long time I assumed that because I was teaching things in a certain order, that by default and osmosis, my students would have chronological understanding. It's very clear that, unfortunately, that was a complete myth, because I still had some of these classic lines coming out in my lessons. Back then, a long while ago, you will recognise these, you're smiling, a while back, in the olden days. So what did that tell me? Well, clearly, students saw the past as a homogeneous mass. There was no sense of period or sequencing, any interconnections. So what could I do to overcome that? Now, I believe very strongly that chronology is our driving mechanism. So when you think about the concepts you're teaching, whether it's change, continuity, similarity, difference, causation, none of those can effectively take place without our chronology being incredibly strong. So this is really a reflection of the previous school that I worked in for 7 years, a large comprehensive, and the new school that I've just moved to, which is a through school. So actually now I'm thinking about the curriculum right through early years, right to the end of year 11. So first off, where I started really was our unit planning. Now, how could I use unit planning to facilitate chronological understanding? Every single unit will now start with what we call our context lesson. Now, I understand some of you may be sat there going, oh my goodness me, I don't have much time at Key Stage 3. But actually, I've come from a school where our Key Stage 3 time was very, very short. But this really helped build our confidence about historians with chronology.
So our context lesson would always include a timeline, which I'll show you an example of in a second, a unit linking activity, and again I'll show you an example, and something new I've just introduced is a sense of period linking to what Owen said about local history. So this is a very, very, very basic timeline that was provided to Year 7. So as you can see, we started with the classic medieval England, and then we compared it to medieval Mali. Now, I'm a true medievalist. I quite happily indulge medieval history all of Year 7. But for a long time, it was, here's your timeline, and we'll forget about it for the rest of the unit. We looked at it in lesson 1, thank you very much. But actually, what we've realised is that by making this a living and breathing document in our units, that we constantly come back to it, students now have a lot more confidence. Now, this is the Year 7, so you can see what they've done is they've annotated additional events. Some of these at the bottom are from home learning, so they've added a Silk Road timeline to their timeline. Additionally, it has opened a can of worms. We looked at the amazing book by Ian Mortimer, Medieval Horizons, who argues medieval time period did not end at Bosworth. Actually, it stretched to 1600. The controversy that opened in the room was amazing. So some of this idea that chronology is not neat, it's messy, and actually we don't wake up one day and it's the Industrial Revolution. So this timeline has enabled that actually it's not as neat as we might have first imagined. So that timeline is referred back to all the time. Plus, at the end of the unit, there is the classic, right, there's your timeline, talk it. They have to speak to the person next to you and talk the narrative. What has happened? Why has it happened then? How does that link to what's happening in Mali? Do they link? Is it separate? And we are a Voice 21 school, so that has enabled also the development of oracy in our classrooms. Now, I shared this about 2 years ago on Twitter. I got very excited when I got over 100 likes, like, right, living the dream. So this is a worksheet that links together every unit that we do. So in our first lesson, there'll be a worksheet like this, driven by historiography, that shows how our previous unit links to our next unit. This is one of my favourites. I come from a school in Huddersfield, in Yorkshire. The Industrial Revolution essentially made our town. This is David Olusoga explaining how the slave trade that we did in Unit 2 enabled the Industrial Revolution. So again, students do not see chronology as these neat little boxes that once you finish one unit, I can forget about it. It is actually empowering the other units that you then have. They are on Twitter, I will reshare them. There is one for every unit that we do. Now, I'm very lucky, the new school that I've now moved to has probably one of the richest histories of a building in our local area. This is actually our school. It was an army barracks. That is troops returning from South Africa in 1902. We also are on a street called Gibbet Street. So you can imagine some of the controversial things that happened down that street. Now, this is new that we've just introduced in our context lesson. Every single first lesson of the unit, at the end of the lesson, is the question, well, what does this time period look like on Gibbet Street? So it's that idea of that local history. That, okay, well, it looks like this in London, it looks like this out in Africa, but what does that look like, that time period on Gibbet Street? And that is then our point of comparison. How does our local history change as we go through our chronology? Now, obviously, inevitably, with local history, as Owen just said, this requires a lot of effort and research. It's very much a work in progress, but that allows you to add that layering. You've got that local, national, and global scales. Now, during the unit, we will always have what we call the narrative lesson. Now, I'm a big lover of stories, and this is a really important lesson for me, where we use the story of one person, one individual, that really strengthens the chronological understanding, also allows us to introduce these diverse stories. So, for example, when we do the English Civil War, we base it around that amazing source, The World Upside Down, but we stop after about lesson 5, and we say, right, let's look at a story. What does this look like from a personal point of view? I'm a big lover of getting as much women into history as possible, so we went with Jane Horwood, who's a royalist spy. So the piece of work the students did is a living graph, but it's linked to the events they've already studied. So at the bottom are the events that they've looked at in the English Civil War, but it's then compared to the story of Jane Warwood. What is she doing at that point in time? And it's this idea of this personal story alongside our chronology. Now, this is again something that is new in my new school, which is what I'm calling the bigger picture questions. Now, these are not unit questions, these are questions for the whole year that we constantly come back to. Now, the actual wording of the questions is still a work in progress, but I'm using some classes with my guinea pigs. So for year 7, we've gone with the Middle Ages, a time of stagnation or upheaval. Year 8, we've got the early modern period, a time of chaos and revolution. And then year 9, the 20th century, a century dominated by struggle and conflict. Now, I love a prediction. So the work that you can see on the board is my year 9s, and I literally gave them that question. Tell me what you think. You can't be wrong. Tell me. Do you think the 20th century is really a time of struggle and conflict? And then we go on the journey and we decide at the end whether this is true. Now, obviously, this is going to be, there are aspects of that, but however, there isn't. This constant, bigger picture question to help build our chronology. Now, finally, this is without doubt my favourite activity. So obviously, we have some lovely interpretations of time periods available to us. Horrible histories, we've got the series by Aaron Wilkes there. One of my favourite tasks at the end of year 7, 8 and 9 is we get these interpretations out. So obviously measly Middle Ages, we have invasion, plague and murder, and students have a good debate. Is that an accurate representation of the time period that you have just studied? This gets very lively, okay? And even to the point where then students, you create your interpretation then. If it's not the measly Middle Ages, what is it? Okay? And honestly, they have a great time with that. So it's really just trying to think about how you can bring chronology from the background to the forefront of your curriculums. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And that was really interesting. I really took a lot of points from that, like I have done from most of our speakers today. And as you said, Oxford University Press is here, is one of our sponsors, along with Collins, Hodder and Time Travel. I think I've said that one right. Okay, our next person to speak is Jacob.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay. So as Jacob's getting himself all sorted over here, okay, Jacob has wrote many things for teaching history and so on. And today he's looking at the idea of what does it mean to them, that idea of giving that personal perspective to history. Am I correct?
Yes, yeah, that's great.
Fantastic. So I'm just going to hand it over to Jacob.
Hi everyone, I've actually got a timer, so I'm going to see if I can keep it to 10 minutes. It'll work on the watch. Right, hello everyone. There I am. So today I'm going to talk to you about people in the past, specifically how they saw themselves and their world. Because I'm going to sort of do a slight provocation today, and I'm going to suggest that maybe we don't talk about this or teach about this quite as often as maybe we should. But I think there's a good reason for that, because it's an incredibly difficult thing to do, and it's a very, very difficult thing to do well. So, my talk is about what did it mean to them? What matters to people in the past? How can we understand what matters to them? So, I'm going to start off with a very badly designed slide with lots of words on it, but I've got it here, so I'm going to read it to you. In 1996, teacher-educator Chris Husbands distinguished between history from the outside and history from the inside. The former, Husbands argued, involves the abstract analysis of political events and social structures, whereas the latter seeks to reconstruct the ways in which people in the past believed and thought. History from the outside, history from the inside. Now, Husbands goes on to argue that within history as a school subject, pupils often only encounter questions about big structural issues, e.g., what caused the First World War, or how much did the Norman Conquest change England? It's much rarer to do what Mary Rubin argues many historians do now, which is to ask different questions. They ask not only how it really was, but rather how was it for him or her or them. Now, on the train over, I brought prompts. On the train over, I did some research. This is a really good book. Put your hand up if you've read this. Yeah, it's good stuff, isn't it? Right. So in that book, about half of the chapters are historians talking in some way or another about the ideas of people in the past. Not big structural questions such as causation or change, but rather small questions about how individuals or groups saw themselves. So to put it really simply, we break this down. We've got two kinds of history. We've got history from the outside, history that is more focused on structures. And then we've got history from the inside, which is history that's more focused on people and what matters to people. We teach a lot of history from the outside, and there's good reasons for that. It's a really important kind of historical analysis. But it's perhaps rarer to see in school history, history from the inside, history that's focused on people's ideas, people's subjective perspectives. My takeaway today is that I think we should teach more about what I'm calling historical perspective, which is about how people in the past saw themselves and their world. I'll put a little definition on the next slide. So historical perspective is about how we teach pupils, how historians use evidence to reconstruct the perspectives of people in the past. Sorry about the image, it's a bit horrible actually, I maybe shouldn't put that on. But one of my favourite examples of this is there's an article by historian Robert Darnton called The Great Cat Massacre. It's a really famous piece, it was written in the 80s. And what Darnton does in that is he takes a really horrible incident, which is a load of French apprentices in the 1800s murdering a load of cats. And to us that just seems abhorrent and cruel and ridiculous. You know, why would these people do such a sadistic thing? But what Darnton does is, by looking at the evidence from the time, trying to understand what the cats symbolised to those people in their perspective, what he realised was the cats became a kind of symbol, almost like an allegory, for the owner of the workshop where the apprentices worked. And they came to sort of symbolise something to them, i.e. they meant something to people in the past that was very different to what it means to us. Now, I'm going to finish this talk by just focusing on a really concrete example of what I think this can look like in the classroom. This is an inquiry question that I've spent quite a long time developing. I've been sort of teaching it and tweaking it for quite a few years. And I think it works really well. And I think it's a really good way of teaching people about what people in the past thought, about what mattered to people in the past. So the question is, what did the Chartists want to change? Now, if you don't know, the Chartists were a group of sort of 19th century working class people who wanted to push for more radical political reforms. Votes for all men, parliament every year, secret ballot, all kinds of things that we would probably now see as pretty normal. And to start off with, this question seems well obvious, because the Chartists literally wrote a programme at the start of their movement in 1838-39, explicitly saying what they wanted to change. They wanted the 6 points of the People's Charter. So, what a silly question. But actually, the more you look at this movement, the more you look at the sources from these people, the more you look at the Chartists themselves, you realise this question is actually really interesting. Because if we look at the Chartist leaders, they didn't agree on what they wanted to change. They saw their world, they saw the problems in 19th century Britain all very differently. For some, like the sort of bookish Cornishman William Lovett, he wanted to basically spend all his time writing pamphlets. He didn't like other people very much. He wanted to use moral force, as he called it, to affect political changes. Whereas the extravagant Irish aristocrat Fergus O'Connor took a very different approach. He loved sort of tub-thumping, big rallies, monster meetings they were called, stirring up the masses in the north of England to sort of push for change. They want roughly the same thing. They want all this stuff. But the way they want to secure it is very different. The date's wrong, by the way. It's a deliberate mistake. In 1839, there was a thing called the Newport Rising in Wales, where another Chartist, John Frost, took things much further. He led people in the sort of valleys around Newport, past the blast furnaces and the coal mines, and they armed themselves with pipes made in secret caves and muskets and hammers and bits of metal, and they marched on the city of Newport to free political prisoners. These were not reformers, like them. These, in many ways, were revolutionaries. This probably, in some ways, the closest 19th century England comes 19th century Britain comes to a revolution. What did the Chartists want to change? Well, as it would be year 8, clearly this question is more complicated the more we look at the Chartists. Now, after all this business, all these people, Lovett, O'Connor, John Frost, they all get put in prison, and Chartism sort of seeps away a bit, rises back up, petitions rejected again, seeps away. And then very strange things start happening. What the Chartists want to change, changes. So Fergus O'Connor, the firebrand Irish aristocrat, becomes obsessed with agrarian reform. And he founds O'Connorville, which is a small estate where the idea was you'd take people out of the cities where they're miserable and you'd put them on farms and they would become smallholders. Now, it didn't work. It was actually turned out to be very dubious, potentially a scam, and was wound up. It all ended very badly. O'Connor went mad and spent his last season in the asylum and died. But before all that happened, clearly O'Connor, what he wants the movement to change, what Chartism means to him, has changed. So really simply then, for year 8, this is something they can do. This is something they can write about really well. They can understand that this group of people who saw the world very differently to us, the Chartists, through these stories, things like O'Connorville, things like the Newport Rising, through looking at really interesting sources like the People's Charter, they can understand that people in the past thought about themselves and thought about their world in interesting and complicated ways. So, in short, yes, teach lots of history from the outside. It's really good stuff. You know, teach about the causes of the First World War. Teach about how much the Northern Conquest changed England. But I think there are maybe more opportunities than we currently make the most of to teach history from the inside, to teach about the perspectives of people from the past. That was actually very quick. So, in the interest of speed, I'll leave it there. But thanks, everyone. Cheers.
We all appreciate sometimes to be a little bit quick. We are going to go to break, and you'll be very grateful to know that break is going to be 20 minutes for you. While you are on break, please remember to do some tweeting, whatever you want to call it, and make sure you're using hashtag
TMHR. She'll get there.
Oh, that's supposed to be a hashtag. Oh, God. Sorry, I read that on a piece of paper, and I suppose it's page to me. And also, please make sure you go around to our wonderful sponsors. Like I said, without our wonderful sponsors, we would not be able to do events like this. But let's do 20 minutes. Here's how we will get back. Hold on. Is that a thing? Thank you.
I work with
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, but I'm just... Yeah. I work hard. I work hard every day. But yeah, it's
I can't actually know it because I'm driving 2.5 hours home. So, there you go.
Yeah.
Find someone for that. Yeah, that is up. Oh, it's us. Yeah, there's a queue, and then now there's only one queue. But it's always dragging. So you are now going to be performance. One is in Right, are you okay now? It is your fault, completely your fault.
In fairness, I did look in here and I saw that everyone else had somehow put their notes on.
So that's a camera problem. Right, just very quickly, where do I put the money? Have you got a little pot for it?
You ready to go?
No.
My God, I haven't seen that. Don't show me that.
I like it.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
Shut up, I'm going to be tweeting in a minute.
Cool, yeah.
What, that's
voice. That's the problem. I'm like 2 octaves lower. Yeah, it works well. Oh my god, that's so funny. That is so funny.
Yeah, yeah. They probably weren't seated at
No, I mean, relatively young, so when you teach this like, imagine
Test, test, test. Test, 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 test.
In about 5 minutes. Okay. 5 minutes. Couple of minutes. You just said double two. Ladies, just me showing off my book knowledge. I knew it would be that one. It's a lot. You want to sort out Laura? No. Check the cross. It's what she said. I don't think okay, I'm gonna check the cross. I'm very sure he's just talking. I mean, we're all like that. Okay. As we give everyone. Okay, what we say. Yeah. Okay, we can start to settle down. If we can start to sit down. Gentlemen, can you start to sit down? Sorry. I was doing the teacher. Settle down, children. Do apologise. Thank you. One thing I've never been told is I'm quiet and then I get in front of you lot. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I hope you had a very good restful break. You managed to get round to have a look at some of the stuff. I know Tina has been around with the raffle, okay, with some of our fabulous prizes that we've got on there, some fabulous books, chocolate, and some stationery and things like that. We're all a little bit in our teacher life like our stationery. We have got our first sponsor coming up to talk to us. This is Laura, who is from Collins. Who is over there. As I said, without our sponsors, we would not actually be able to do a lot of the stuff with the Teach Meets. Okay, and I'm not just talking about history, but we know there's a whole network, and without sponsors such as Collins, we will not be able to do this as successfully as we do them. So I'm going to hand it over to Laura to have a little talk.
Right. Hi everyone, sorry for my slightly losing my voice at the end of half-term vibes. I was actually the author of one of the co-authors on the new series of the Collins global textbooks, which some of you might have had a chance to look at now. So I teach classics, history and politics at Emmanuel School in London. And yeah, so these are like, you might be aware of these Knowing History series from several years ago. I think the first editions came out in 2016. But last year, I was involved in expanding these to include global history for kind of the first time. And some of these units that are in these books are types of history that are not often available to be able to be studied kind of completely as units in their own right. So things like Edo Japan, the Ottomans, Aztecs, birth of the USA, and this kind of thing at Key Stage 3 level, sometimes in some GCSE courses, but not so much at Key Stage 3. So what I wanted to talk to you about was how, because we're actually using these books in my classrooms. I never tell the kids that I'm the author of them. I wait for them to work that out. And see the kind of like challenges and opportunities I think teaching global history has gives you, because I think that we have definitely found challenges with introducing it. So first of all, like myths and controversies, I think with some of these global stories, some of them are involve dominant narratives, which some of us are quite familiar with. For example, things like prevalence of human sacrifice in the Aztec world, or the idea that Great Zimbabwe was not built by the Shona people, for example. And not only when writing the textbook and having to find source material that would disprove those things as well, that we now reasons for their kind of prejudices in different time periods. And I really like kind of reception-based things with my kind of ancient history background as well. And it gives an opportunity to kind of try and get students thinking about how stories emerge, so how those myths actually developed or why they exist, which I think is also a very valuable thing to be looking at. Another thing with global history, depending on the different types of units you might choose to engage with, is vocabulary. I think that's one of the things that sometimes makes some teachers a bit worried, particularly introducing such global units at Key Stage 3, that people might be a little bit put off by difficult vocabulary. So again, thinking of the Aztecs, things like Quetzalcoatl, Tenochtitlan, Ulamalitzi, all these kind of words that maybe students will kind of find really difficult and kind of switch off a little bit too quickly. And also, obviously, civilizations with non-Latin scripts, so in the China units or the Arabic units as well. And when you're looking at source material in which it's not been translated, if you want to show them the real thing, of course, it's going to have those non-Latin scripts. But I think that this gives us an opportunity to really give justice to those cultures by being more accurate, by teaching the students those words in their own languages. It makes their writing so much better as well. We've seen like kind of the writing that they're actually producing in our written work much richer and sounding much more like a historian. And I think that we can like work around this by just treating some of those words as keywords like we would for lots of other words that students are coming across in all of their units anyway. You know, things that vocabulary and concepts that might be familiar to us actually aren't familiar to students sometimes. So just introducing it as another keyword for them to kind of use and deploy, things like using word banks when they're doing their writing as well can really help. And I think we've found that they feel quite proud as well that they've managed to integrate that kind of vocabulary into their writing too. Another thing is new voices. We've heard some people talking about new voices today, trying to input. I think we all in the room here, particularly very enthusiastic history teachers in the room, are very keen on making sure that we're trying to introduce these into particularly our Key Stage 3 curriculums, where we have a little bit potentially more wiggle room compared to the specifications of Key Stage 4 and Key Stage 5. Part of the issue with this, and this was also when writing the textbooks as well, is sometimes the lack of the source material for those new voices, or the prejudice of the source material that exists, and actually having to try and kind of work around that and think about things in a slightly different way. Presentism as well, a little bit like what Jacob was talking about, but kind of wondering about how people in the past actually thought about things, and are we putting kind of ideas that are a bit too modern potentially? Would they have actually felt those things at the time? That can kind of sometimes become a little bit difficult to deal with. And the other thing is department resistance, I think, sometimes as well. I've actually been sometimes a little bit surprised about how much resistance there sometimes has been to introduce some of these new stories. Partly, I think it's just a little bit of lack of knowledge sometimes on these different global stories, and hopefully these textbooks give teachers as well as students the opportunity to just learn about some other different topics that we didn't have the chance to learn at school. You know, all of these things I didn't do when I was at school, and most of us probably didn't. And I think that actually, like, we need to move away from that idea of choosing safer options. Also, if things feel a little bit challenging or a little bit controversial as well, to actually engage with that rather than shy away from it. And don't be afraid in departments to have a kind of conversation. People are kind of saying that there are forms of better history, or, you know, girls will like this type of history more than boys, this kind of thing. Just try and challenge that and not let that become the kind of narrative that the department is, you know, following. And yeah, I think that actually just introducing these new voices has actually built a really strong, in our school, new desire from the students actually to do more research. So we've actually set up this group called Athena Society. It's on Instagram at Athena Society Official, where we are doing research into women in different time periods, and publishing kind of like some of the ideas and questions that are coming from that, and doing kind of like movie reviews and taking a historical approach to why different things are being portrayed in different ways in different time periods. And I think that wouldn't have happened if it hadn't have partly been for the way in which we're trying to integrate this global history and new voices into it. And in terms of world building, I know these kinds of words were, you know, critical fabulation, all of this the other year. the people, 50% of the population was always women. There's always been people who've been marginalised in different time periods, and actually they were there, and we need, it's our duty to try and bring them back to the fore, I think. So that's kind of the opportunity in that one. And in integrating material, I mean, we only have an hour a week with our Key Stage 3, which is very little history. So in a term, that could be only 5 or 6 hours. And we found it really, really hard in terms of time about choosing what, if we are going to introduce this new global history, how do we navigate that? So do we, stick to a chronological approach? But the problem with that, it often means that if you're doing a global unit, the normal, chronology that we might be more used to, let's say in medieval Britain, might not actually quite coalesce sometimes, and students can get a little bit lost and a little bit confused. Same with geography, when we're kind of like moving around very quickly around lots of different places, that sometimes we worry that they get a little bit lost. And in terms of worrying about the exam units, if you're thinking about what they might do at Key Stage 4 or Key Stage 5, that you want to create like a solid foundation for them moving forward. So do you really want to do a random unit on the Ottomans, for example, which might seem a little bit kind of off-piece? But there are really good opportunities with this. I think there's so many new links that you can bring where actually students, they're still doing the same skills, but by looking at a culture in its own right, that can take the story from that culture's point of view. So for example, again, thinking of the Ottoman unit, for example, we can tell the story of the Reformation, but kind of a little bit through Ottoman eyes, for example, and the kind of ways in which if you take the kind of perspective from that side rather than focusing on Henry and what's going on in Britain, and you can choose which story becomes the side story compared to what becomes the focus, actually, and that's another way that you can kind of try and integrate this global stuff. And there are, in terms of the advanced thinking as well with the chronology, whilst the timelines can be sometimes a little bit confusing for students, I came up with the idea when we were writing them to introduce like an interlinked timeline, like an integrated timeline at the back of each of the textbooks. So again, if you haven't seen that yet, that we've found that that's been really useful. And students actually, by having the textbooks, have there's been kind of like a grassroots movement from the students themselves being like, oh, hang on, I've seen that this happens in China at this time. Can we talk about that? And actually, that's been really nice for us as teachers to be like, actually, yeah, why don't we talk about that for a little bit of time as well? And, if you're worried about the kind of exam modules, there are some modules in the different courses that do reflect some of this global content, like in edXL, the Spain New World thing, which some people might be doing, but also just a wider question about, I always worry with Key Stage 3 about the students that don't take GCSE history, and what do they actually understand about the world by the end of Key Stage 3 if they choose not to take it? What skills have they learned and what do they understand about the past? And if it is just not very global, I do worry about that in terms of their knowledge of the world, let's say. So yeah, just to conclude, really, I just encourage you to go have a look at this new content. It's been really exciting to write, interesting to write. The kids are really enjoying it. It's really hard to choose. Even having written it, we keep having arguments about what bits we should focus on or not focus on. But I think they are really useful resource, not only for students, but also for teachers to just get inspired by some other different time periods. So yeah, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for that. And as I said, Collins have got all their books over there, so if you want to go and have a flick through during break time or lunchtime, please feel free to do that. Our next speaker is Mike, who's on his way up. Mike is one of our keynote speakers today. He's a head of history in West London and a member of the secondary committee for the Historical Association. Okay, and he is going to be talking about, well, how we teach words in the history classroom. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is this on? Yeah, okay, brilliant. Hello, everyone. My name is Mike. It's so lovely to be here, to see so many history teachers coming out on a Saturday to talk about history teaching. Is always, for me, I find it so exciting, so energizing to see how people in our community of subject teachers are so passionate about what we do. especially or even in the depths of the autumn term. My name is Mike. I teach history in West London. In my spare time, I'm head of history at my school as well. And today I thought I would speak about teaching abstract words in the history classroom, which is something that I find incredibly exciting, but also really challenging. And perhaps that is something that resonates with you as well. So what do I mean by abstract nouns, abstract words? I've put some of the ideas on the boards that recur across our Year 7 and Year 8 curriculum, for example, big words like alliance, such as liberty, power, class, which Jacob spoke about this morning. In history teacher speak, we always or sometimes call these these words substantive concepts. And they're both really important, really exciting, but I think also really difficult to teach. Why are they important? They're important because they allow us to speak about the past, to write about the past, because they bunch up a lot of stuff and put it in a word that we can use to make claims about the past, but also to argue about it. So if we want pupils to argue about whether the Industrial Revolution was a revolution, they need to have a really clear understanding of what revolution means. Now, they are also difficult to teach for exactly the same reason, I think. They're difficult because they are, by default, abstractions. So, for example, if we were time travelers with a time-traveling machine, we could go back to the 19th century, but we wouldn't be able to see reform. We could see people arguing about reform, we could see people protesting for reform, we could see people passing laws, but we can't see reform as a thing. And that makes these ideas so hard to teach, especially when we try to define them. What often happens is an absolute nightmare, because in the definitions, more abstract words crop up. I remember teaching a 7th class once about the break with Rome, and explaining about Henry making the Church of England, and a kid putting their hand up and saying, but I don't understand, why was it such a big deal he built a church for himself? Couldn't people just go to a different church? And I said, oh, very good point. I don't mean church as a building, I mean church as an institution. And the child looked at me like I was some crazy person, as if that was meant to explain anything at all. So these words are really important, they're absolutely key, but they're also really difficult to teach. And I think they're also tricky to teach for another reason, which is that all words, including abstract nouns, have got two different dimensions to them. That's really what I want to focus on in this talk. All words have form, they have shape, physical shape. We can sound them out, we can write them down. They involve sounds and letters. But they also have meanings, and they are, by default, more abstract. And I think a way of unlocking how we can teach these words is to treat those as pedagogically different. Teaching the form of a word is different, I think, to teaching the meaning of a word. And often I think we can run into problems when we try to teach the meaning through the same means as the form. I know that sounds a bit convoluted, but I'll try and explain what I mean by this. So the form of a word is, as I said, the kind of physical shape, right? The sounds, the letters, the morphemes, all of that good stuff. And we can teach the form of words through rehearsal, essentially. Because they are physical, we can teach them through rehearsal. My favorite way of doing this is through chants, and more chants. We do loads of chanting at my school. If I walk through the halls, I can hear one class shouting molecules, and another class chanting the French alphabet, which is forever kind of seared into my brain now. And chants are really powerful because, A, they're really motivating for kids. They're really engaging, but they also give all pupils the chance to sound out those words. And now that I work at a school where we do loads of this, I've realized that I really neglected this for a lot of my teaching in my earlier career, where I didn't really think about, when I introduce a new word, are pupils using that word? Are all pupils using that word in that lesson? And I now think if I introduce a really big word, such as empire, in a lesson, all pupils should have at least said that word once before they leave the classroom at that lesson. So chanting, such as I say, you say, where the teacher says, I say, you say, empire, and the kids go, empire. Or where the teacher uses a choral response, where they say, oh, remind me, what was that word? 1, 2, 3, and the kids go, empire. That is really powerful in making sure all kids rehearse the shape of that word. They get their heads around what does the word feel like, what does it look like, and also the spelling as well as the sounds. Emily spoke so powerfully this morning about the impact of retrieval practice in her classroom. I think retrieval practice is absolutely key for teaching the form of words. Short quizzes, little tests. I think do now activities now get a sort of really bad name sometimes. I think they're really powerful for just getting pupils to rehearse how to spell out colony again and again and again. So the form of words, therefore, is more straightforward. I think we still have to be really, really thorough with teaching the form of words and be really careful about this. But teaching the form of words is therefore a bit more straightforward because it's all about rehearsal. Now, the big problem is, in my view, that word meaning cannot be taught through rehearsal. I think we can secure word meanings through rehearsal once pupils have understood them, but we cannot introduce word meanings through rehearsal. So I want to illustrate this with a very, very historical example, which is this question on the boards. The question is, what is a dog? Can I just ask you for 30 seconds on your tables, what would you say to someone who doesn't know what a dog is? What is a dog? So 30 seconds, off you go. Okay, lovely. Thank you all so much. If we could just bring everyone back. I was just trying to... It's hard to get people back under control. I was just trying to listen into some of your definitions. I heard things such as a dog is an animal with 4 legs, with fur, with paws, and so on, which would then raise the question, is this a dog? And the answer is no, it's not a dog, even though it might actually fit some of the definitions you just used. Others might say, oh, well, but we did say in our definitions, dogs are domesticated animals, they live in people's homes, which would then raise the question, is this a dog on the right-hand side? So what we can see there, I think, is that teaching words through definitions is really, really tricky because definitions are often not very accurate. And therefore, it is not always useful to try and teach pupils a word that is abstract in particular by teaching them definitions and drilling those definitions, at least when we first introduce those words. So your definitions of dog were useful to the people at your table because you all already know what a dog is. They wouldn't perhaps be so useful in teaching an alien, I don't know, who's never seen a dog, what a dog is. So definitions are tricky, and I think we can't introduce abstract words through definitions. And that's because we don't learn abstract words or any words through definitions. None of you know what a dog is because someone gave you a definition of a dog. You learned what a dog is by people pointing to different animals saying, that's a dog over there, this is a dog over here, that cat over there is not a dog, and so on. So your idea of dog in your mind doesn't look like a definition. It probably looks more something like this, which is kind of a classic example of schema theory, of a schema. So word meanings in our heads are not organized as definitions. They're more sort of like webs of meaning and different connections that we've forged over time. And probably your idea of dog doesn't even look like this. It probably looks something more like this, of kind of like different dog behaviors, different kinds of dogs. So mental images are really, really important. They form the basis of many of our understandings of words and of abstract words in particular. Now, I'm not the first one, the only one who sort of thought about in those terms. What I find really interesting is that Siegfried Engelmann, who some of you might have heard of as the man who literally wrote the book on direct instruction, talks about this as well. So interestingly, Engelmann, his background was he was a philosopher of language, and he thought very, very deeply about what does it mean to teach a pupil a word, an abstract word. And he said essentially what I just tried to point out earlier. We learn what a dog is by people pointing out lots of examples of dog to us and non-examples as well. And over time, therefore, our minds start to shape the boundaries of the concept why a dog or why a German shepherd is a dog, but a wolf isn't a dog. So this is how we learn those abstract nouns by examples and non-examples in context multiple times over time. Now, what does that mean for history teaching? Obviously, we're not trying to teach kids what dogs are and so on. We try to teach them what an empire is, a colony, what liberty meant to people in the 18th century. And people who've talked and thought about this in a history teaching context are 2 people in particular who've really shaped my thinking on this. One is Catherine McCrory, who teaches on the PGC course at the UCL Institute of Education, and Jonathan Grant, who is a former colleague of mine who teaches at Arc Pioneer Academy here in London. And they've both thought about this under the banner of the theory of inferentialism. Now that's, again, sounds like such a big word. In a nutshell, I think what inferentialism means is teaching meanings from concrete to abstract. So rather than trying to give a pupil a definition of church is an institution or colony is a foreign settlement, they suggest we should start with concrete examples, concrete things that pupil understand already, and then leading them to the abstract idea. And an example I've brought for this is how we now at my school introduce the idea or the word colony for the first time. So this comes in the second lesson of our inquiry on the transatlantic slave trade. In the first lesson, the pupils learned about the role of the Portuguese traders in West Africa and how the slave trade or the trade in enslaved people started. The second lesson then opens or starts in a colony, in a Portuguese colony in Sao Tome, just off the coast of Africa. And this is the text that I wrote for introducing our pupils for the first time to the word colony. So it goes like this. Sao Tome. The island was a strange place. Amador raised his strong arms and hacked down at the tall grass in front of him. After 3 strikes, his blade cut through. Bats and parrots fluttered in the sky above. Small monkeys with large eyes jumped from tree to tree. Dark jungles covered the island's core. But strangely, the buildings that dotted the island's coast looked clearly European. There were grand homes and fortresses, a hospital and 2 churches, all built from white Portuguese stone. There were Portuguese animals too, donkeys, ducks, and sheep. There were even Portuguese trees growing sweet oranges and figs. The island was a strange place. It was like a piece of Portugal that had been dropped into the African Sea. The island was a colony, a foreign settlement in distant lands. So again, if I could ask you quickly to talk at your tables, what things can you pick out? What abstract idea did I try to put in there? And what concrete examples did I use to lead pupils to those abstract ideas? Again, if we could take 40 seconds for that at your tables. Thank you. Okay, lovely. Thank you so much. That was smoother this time. It just sort of dialed down naturally. I just spoke to some people listening in again to your conversation. So some things people said was that it starts with kind of examples that mean something to the pupils, right? It starts with animals they can picture in their minds, but it introduces this idea of like there's something like foreign and alien about this, right? Monkeys and sheep together. That's weird, that's strange, and all pupils, even those like, who've never heard the word colony or the idea of colonization before, they can sense, okay, there's something weird going on, there's a contrast here. There are things in one place that sort of shouldn't be there, right? Sheep next to monkeys, European buildings on a tropical island, and then after this kind of idea of sort of something alien, something strange, something out of place has sort of grown in pupils' minds, that is only then when I would start introducing the idea of the word colony. And when I then say a colony was a foreign settlement in distant lands, that definition then sort of means something because the pupils have got these sort of sheep and monkeys in their head. They've got the European buildings on the tropical island in their head. Whereas if I just led with, right class, a colony is a tropical island, I say colony and they say colony, that is good for getting their heads around the word, but that wouldn't mean anything to them in the same way that me saying to the year 7 pupil earlier that church was an institution or a building, that wouldn't mean anything to them. This way around, taking them from the concrete, from things that they can understand, to the abstract works much better. And I think then once we have fostered or grown that natural understanding, those mental images of what is a colony, what does it look like, what does it sound like, how can I picture this? Once they have that understanding, then I think we can use definitions and drill those definitions. But those definitions then already mean something, whereas if we led with the definition and just drilled and drilled and drilled the definition, it wouldn't be as powerful, it wouldn't be as generative. The word wouldn't really mean something to them. What is then important, I think, is that we don't leave it at this one example. So after we introduce them to Sao Tome, we then do the exact same thing to many different other colonies in the same unit. So in the slavery inquiry, we first look at Sao Tome, then we look at slavery in Brazil, then in Barbados. Then later we do a unit on English colonization in America, where we look at Virginia and Massachusetts. And then finally, at the end of year 8, we look at Jamaica and how the abolition of slavery, how much that really changed life in Jamaica. But by first introducing those ideas in a concrete way and then using that again and again. So for example, when we get to Brazil, the same words reappear, right? There are these European buildings again on the shore, there's jungle behind them, there's this contrast. By doing that again and again, that really fosters a very tangible, concrete understanding of a word that otherwise would be really, really abstract and really challenging. And now, again, I'm not at all the first or only person to think about it in those ways. Someone who's thought about this really carefully is E.D. Hirsch, who, again, like about 5-6 years ago, was everywhere in the education discourse. It's sort of died down a little bit since then. Lots of you will probably be familiar with E.D. Hirsch's work on cultural literacy. He's a really big name in championing the idea of knowledge in reading comprehension. So Hirsch's key idea on and on and on, again and again and again, is that reading comprehension isn't a skill. It mostly relies on knowledge, on knowing words and knowing the meaning of words well. And I always assumed Hirsch would be someone who would say, no, you should just drill definitions. That's how children will then learn loads of words. So I was really, really surprised when I read this book of his, which is a more recent one, Why Knowledge Matters, where he talks at length about how children actually learn words. And he doesn't at all say we should teach through definitions. He actually uses what he calls the approach of domain immersion, which I think is pretty much what I've just tried to outline. I'm going to commit a cardinal sin now and show you 3 slides with a lot of words on them. But I think, and I will read them out as well, no, it's bad. But I think it's really good to hear that from the horse's mouth, because Hirsch has thought about that so carefully. So he says this: the surest way to enhance the vocabulary of children is the strategy of domain immersion. An effective teacher will introduce the subjects, let's say plants and farms, and tell stories about plants and farms and ask questions about them, not just on one day, but over several. Gradually, the subject becomes familiar to all. The most verbally impoverished child will begin to answer questions about plants and farms and will know implicitly what soil is, what the main plants are, with plenty of stories about the countryside. With this principle of domain immersion, when this principle of domain immersion is applied consistently over a careful sequence of domains over a full school year, and then ideally over the next year and the one after that, vocabulary catch-up occurs by a natural process of implicit word learning. We have large-scale reliable evidence that it works. And the reason why he says it works is that A, trying to drill abstract definitions might seem really, really like a sort of quick shorthand solution in the moment. But if the pupils don't then learn the meaning of the words through those methods, then essentially we are wasting time. Where sometimes going the long way round and really digging into a word by going concrete to abstract, it might seem that it takes longer to begin with, but actually over time, it means that the pupils will learn those words quicker or more quickly than if we just drill the same definition over and over again. That just doesn't stick. So it's about doing something that is slightly longer perhaps, but more impactful over something that is shorter again and again and again for fewer or lesser results. And the other reason why he says domain immersion is a better way of teaching words is that those meanings, those definitions, not definitions, the meanings are more accurate. So this comes back to our example of the dog definition. We figured out really quickly that the definition of dog we were sharing wouldn't be very accurate. It didn't, for example, exclude the idea of wolves. It didn't exclude the idea of little soft toy dogs. Whereas actually building pupils' mental images, building their organic, authentic, tangible understanding of the word, then makes the understanding more flexible. They can then reapply that word across contexts. They can understand it in different areas where it pops up across the curriculum, and they can use those words with much, much more confidence. So this, therefore, is my takeaway for how we teach word meaning. I think we can't teach word meaning to begin with through rehearsal. We have to teach it inferentially. So we have to teach word meanings by going from concrete and leading pupils slowly to the abstract, giving them multiple meaningful examples over time in rich contexts. So the colony of Sao Tome in a rich context, then Brazil, then Virginia, then Massachusetts, and so on. And therefore, we need to really immerse pupils in place and time to understand those ideas and make the abstract concrete and memorable through very, very memorable little pieces of information. So as they go forward and they do colony half a year later, they still perhaps have this residual knowledge in mind. They still have this idea of, oh, there were the monkeys with the sheep, there were the white Portuguese buildings on a tropical island. Those concrete examples will continue to underpin their understanding and will manifest itself in really powerful ways. So in a nutshell, to close the session, this is what my main takeaway would be. Word forms and word meanings are both really crucial. If we want pupils to use words confidently, accurately, and to get them to unlock the power of words, they need both knowledge of the form of the word and the meaning. It's no good if they've understood the meaning but can't remember the word, for example, or if they can't spell it, they can't sound it out. Being thorough on word form is super important, but we have to teach word form and word meaning through slightly different ways. Word form we can absolutely drill and nail through rehearsal, make it fun, make it exciting, use lots of chants, do lots of little fun quizzes and tasks and tests. But then let's think about how do we teach word meaning inferentially through rich context first, so we can then rehearse the word meanings through shorthand definitions, which at that point will mean something to pupils and they will be able to use those words flexibly. I've not kept track at all about how I'm doing for time, but brilliant. Okay, excellent. Thank you so much for listening attentively, for your participation. Any questions, please come and find me, let me know. And thanks very much. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Okay, so we have changed our schedule just a little bit, and what we're going to do is we're going to have our second keynote speaker now, if that's okay, Jonathan. If you're sorry, we've kind of sprung that on him, so just give him a couple of minutes just for him to get himself all sorted and prepared. Okay, so Jonathan is going to be talking to us. Now I've got to remember this. Jonathan is deputy head at a school in St Albans, and he is part of the Chartered Teacher College of Teaching. Sorry, my words will not come out today. I really do apologise for this. And so he is going to give us a very quick read about. There we go. There he is.
I don't have a topic though.
No, he doesn't have a topic. We will find out his topic. There we go. Assessment as communication. I do apologise. After this, we have got another sponsor talk, and then we are going to go for lunch. You'll be happy to know lunch will be coming up soon. Okay? Thank you.
Just before Jonathan starts talking, can I remind you all that our hashtag today is #TMHI. Can you all be tweeting so that we get as much profile as possible, please? So if you can be tweeting, that would be fantastic. Okay.
Hi there, and thank you very much for having me and for being here to listen and all the rest of it. It's a real privilege. Assessment is absolutely fascinating, but it is one of those areas which kind of is perhaps more than anything else a little bit prone to edu-geekery, isn't it? You know, you get all these kind of questions about reliability and validity and bias, and I kind of like that. I kind of sort of really enjoy an element of that. But it's not really what I'm here to talk about today. It's not my aim. What I'm talking about today, I think, is something which in many ways is simpler. And that's this idea that assessment is communication. And it really is. Of course, on the one level, everything we do is communication. So it's sort of a truism in a sense, because all we do. But I think it applies particularly to assessment. When we think of all the things that we do in the classroom, few things communicate to students more eloquently and more strongly than what we assess and the way we assess it.
Let me give you a very simple example. Assessment is a way of raising the stakes. Suppose I give you two phrases which a teacher could very easily say in the classroom. Here's my first one. Next week, you're going to be doing an activity on the restoration. Perfectly normal sort of phrase that a teacher might use. Now let me give you the second phrase. Next week, you're going to be doing an assessment on the restoration. Those two phrases are very similar. I only changed one word from activity to assessment, but the communication changed drastically. By introducing the word assessment, I've raised the stakes. And if you're the students in that classroom, you've pricked up your ears, and the way you behave in advance of that activity will be different as a result of it being an assessment. Because you know that I've introduced, as the teacher, I've introduced an element of judgment into the equation. That in some way, you will be evaluated on what you do. Whereas if it's just an activity, fine, it's important, it's something you'll do, but it doesn't have that element of judgment, and that will affect students' behaviour. I'll probably have said there's going to be an assessment next week because I've been deliberately setting out to influence their behaviour. I will have wanted to incentivise harder work, and that's probably why I mentioned it in the first place. So instinctively, as teachers, we know that assessment is communication, and we use that as a tool to support us in our work and to help us in the classroom. But I think it communicates some other things as well. And I want to sort of start to bring this a bit closer into history. So one thing that assessment communicates to students, even if we don't intend it to, is it communicates the importance of certain concepts or techniques that we want students to carry out, like the technique of writing an essay, for example, or writing an introduction or a conclusion, or whatever it might be. It communicates, by making them part of assessment, it communicates to our students that this thing is particularly important. Either this thing that we want you to know or this thing we want you to do. It also communicates to them, potentially, depending on how we assess, that some things mean we can come to some sort of a holistic judgment about how well a student is doing at history, whatever that means. But if we are assessing in that way, we can communicate that. Now, when I was thinking about this and this idea that all assessment is communication, I did slightly kind of, perhaps little stupidly, suggest that perhaps if all assessment is communication, then maybe sometimes it communicates perhaps an unmet need. And if I was wanting to perhaps provoke a debate on social media, I might say that. But then I suppose what unmet need could assessment communicate? Perhaps the unmet need of a senior leader for data or something, which is probably an unmet need that doesn't really deserve to be met. So we'll move on from that. But I am interested in what assessment communicates about history as a subject and also history as an academic discipline. I hope that all of us here could kind of agree and come together on the idea that an authentic historical education and inducting students into disciplinary patterns of thought really matters and is crucial to our work, even central to our work. So I think that's worth examination when we assess what is it we're saying about those things. And I think I'm going to start, in fact, if you'll forgive me, with some undesirable messages that we can communicate about. Over the next few slides, I've just selected some images to represent these undesirable things or potentially undesirable things. Where necessary, I've referenced them on the slide, if they've come from somewhere that I've got. And if I mention any reading material, there's a slide at the end which has all of that on it. So just bear with me, that'll all pop up at the end. Now, I feel a bit bad about this because obviously if I'm saying these are things not to do, these are bad things, then I don't really want to pillory people by picking other people's examples. So where possible, I have chosen material from my own past practice, if I possibly can. And I have to put my hands up at the outset and admit that in the name of assessment, I've done some bad things, some very, very bad things. I'm sorry, you'll have to forgive me. They're not all from me, but most of the examples I've chosen are my own. And I've been in this game for a while, so I've had lots of time to do bad things. Now, my first exhibit is not, in fact, by me. I can't claim responsibility for this one. But this is, I suppose, if we conjure up the spirits of assessment, this is the ghost of assessment past. Now, I don't expect you to be able to read everything on there, but it is, as some of you will recognise, those of you who are as experienced as I am, or perhaps even more so, it's an extract from the old national curriculum for history. which was in fact given to me when I was on my PGCE course back in 2000. I would have got that. I can't really remember why I highlighted certain bits of it. It would have been for some purpose at some point, but I still have it sitting at home and I refer to it every now and again. It's quite an interesting document to look back on. But that's just an extract from it. So thank you, Christine, for giving that to me. And that sort of section of the booklet summarises what it is that students should be taught in their Key Stage 3 historical education in schools. And I suppose in a sense, it offers a kind of a mental model, coming back to Mike's talk, perhaps even a schema of what school history is, what it's for. And the focus in that section is very much on what nowadays, it's not really a term we used back then, but what nowadays we might call disciplinary knowledge. But I'm interested in the fact that at the top, you can probably see it says knowledge, skills, and understanding. And in doing that, it sort of introduces this idea of a dichotomy between knowledge and skills. They're linked, but they're listed as kind of separate entities. Perhaps more bizarrely, it lists understanding as separate from knowledge. I've really no idea where the boundary between the two things lies or quite what that means, but it's something that was there. But I don't really want to get into that today. That's not my topic. But let's just stick with that idea that it has kind of, in a sense, drawn a distinction between knowledge and skills. The sections then that follow on from that, if you look at the this section, which I know it's a bit small, but underneath chronological understanding, which we've already heard a bit about today, but underneath that it says kind of knowledge and understanding of events, people, and changes. That's it, and events, people, and changes in the past. That's separate from these other sections that come afterwards. So that bit seems to be about knowledge. It's even labelled as knowledge. But then presumably the other sections afterwards, which are called things like historical interpretation and historical inquiry, they don't actually say skills, but they're not labelled as knowledge. So we kind of assume from that, I suppose, that they are the skills. It all gets a little bit confusing, if I'm honest. And there's part of me that wonders if it wasn't really that well thought through, but how could I say that? But then again, on the subsequent pages of the booklet, it then lists substantive content. It gets into the nitty-gritty of the stuff, if you like, that kids should learn. They're going to learn about the Middle Ages, and we're going to learn about this, that, and the other. And so those are the things which informally we might have a tendency to call historical knowledge, substantive knowledge, but that is treated as separate from this. So it's all quite murky. But I suppose, what am I getting at with this? I'm not really here to critique the old national curriculum or to say whether the individual bits on it are good or bad. What interests me about it is that it encouraged teachers to treat curriculum content as a sort of interchangeable backdrop for the development of these historical skills which are spoken about. Those bullet points, you see, whether we call them skills or knowledge or whatever, is not really my point today, but those bullet points simply can't exist without knowledge of specific curricular content. You can't, for example, describe and analyse the relationships between the characteristics of the periods and societies studied without knowing lots about the characteristics of the periods and societies studied. You can't evaluate interpretations without knowing lots about them. So when we do separate those things out, we're attempting to do the impossible. Now, I'm sure the authors of that document didn't intend to suggest that you could develop capabilities without knowing lots. But it has led, over the years, to lots of assessment tasks which have, I think, inadvertently communicated that to students, if I come back to my point of assessment as communication. Assessment tasks, and certainly this was all the rage back when I was a head of department over 10 years ago, assessment tasks were really designed very much as vehicles to enable students to describe, to explain and evaluate historical interpretations and so on. And once students had done that, we had a tendency to kind of tick the thing off on some sort of a level tracker back in the days of the old national curriculum levels. We'd tick it off on the tracker, and then there was no effort really ever made to consolidate knowledge because we considered that skill, or whatever we were calling it, to have been banked in some sense. It's been banked, they've demonstrated it, great, let's move on and learn something else. Now, I have to be honest, I designed tasks like that myself. But it communicated something, I think, really misleading about history as a discipline. Because what it was doing, I think, in that process was it was privileging the disciplinary over the substantive to an excessive degree. And that, of course, as I've sort of tried to indicate, is self-defeating, because there can be virtually no disciplinary knowledge without substantive knowledge. It simply cannot exist. It had a tendency as well, I think, to put second-order concepts on a sort of overly elevated pedestal. Now, this is not an opposition to second-order concepts. Second-order concepts, these disciplinary concepts, which Jacob was referring to earlier, actually, this kind of idea, the stuff that we talk about teaching history from the outside, whether causation or whatever. Nothing against those. Those are hugely important. But I do think there was a tendency to imbue them with a significance, get it? Do you see what I did there? With a significance which they perhaps didn't fully deserve. And so those concepts, whether that be causation, change, continuity, similarity and difference and the like, they're really helpful as observations of the sort of questions historians try to answer. And it makes sense for us to build inquiries and assessment tasks around them in school history. But here's the thing, they don't limit historians. You know, historical scholarship can actually be quite hard to fit into the mould of some of those concepts sometimes. You know, for example, if I take something like Christopher Clark's Sleepwalkers, well, he's kind of deliberately questioning there the idea of causation and to some extent trying to subvert it a bit. And actually, I'm kind of echoing Jacob here. I'd sort of planned to say this before he did his talk. But actually, there are other perfectly legitimate fields of historical inquiry which aren't adequately represented in the conventional list of second-order concepts. You know, and actually, I was going to talk about historical perspective. I was going to mention that Jacob's already done it for me, and Jacob's written stuff about this, so has Alex Bengo's written really good things. I think I've referenced one of Alex's pieces at the end, about the list's failure to adequately reflect cultural history. And obviously, Jacob and Alex and other people have talked about perhaps historical perspective as a kind of an addition to that list, almost as another second-order concept. And I think that's really key, that perhaps there's a danger that in elevating those second-order concepts too much, firstly, we might miss some things, but secondly, it just communicates a really inaccurate message about history as a discipline when we think too rigidly about a single second-order concept from a fixed list of options which an outcome task must be built around. It sort of gives the impression almost that before a historian writes an article or a book, they need to log which second-order concept they're writing about here, which of course is absolute rubbish. No historian does. I suspect there's an awful lot of academic historians who wouldn't even recognize the term or be aware of. I mean, they'd know about them implicitly, but they wouldn't kind of consciously think of this list of second-order concepts. And I think perhaps we can give them a significance which they don't deserve in school history. Not that we ignore them, but I suppose I'm thinking back to what Mike was just talking about. Is there a sense that when we start with this kind of abstract list of second-order concepts and then try to go to the kind of the concrete specific task from them, I'm thinking off the top of my head here, perhaps we're going at this the wrong way around. And we may be better to look at specific examples of historical scholarship and then say, oh yeah, we can see here that the historian is dealing with causation or the historian is dealing with change or continuity or whatever. And perhaps we get that wrong. Might return to that point later. So the reality is history is quite messy. And perhaps this makes it seem a bit more neat and classifiable than perhaps it really is. So I am going to hang my head in shame about this because I'm going to share with you a truly dreadful resource which I created. I didn't even remember creating it, but it's there. It must have. I can't deny it. I found the resource in my old kind of hard drive somewhere, which I created. It just really illustrates the terrible thinking you get about second-order concepts. Now, I created years ago, I must have done this for my department or something. In my defense, I was probably doing it to fend off some ridiculous school feedback policy, which the senior leaders came up with. But I just can't believe I wrote this absolute rubbish. I was creating this weird target bank where I was saying whatever the task was that the kids had been doing, if it was a causation task, you need to be picking some target from this pre-written list. And then I put this thing up at the top about kind of knowledge-based targets not being suitable. I don't know what I was thinking of. But, you know, this is the kind of weird kind of tendency that when we privilege these second-order concepts too much and we try to distill the disciplinary too much from the substantive, then we end up in a complete mess. in no way on that was I kind of allowing the teacher to respond in an authentic way to the actual student understanding being demonstrated in the work and to respond meaningfully to it. It was just this mechanistic process. Now, I'm sure none of you have done anything as stupid as that, but I do think the ghost of assessment past here does kind of still live on. I still see, although I'm thinking about this as something from days gone by, I still see lots of fixed thinking about second order concepts. Although weirdly, the list does often differ slightly from school to school, so they can't be that fixed. I still see the language and hear the language of these normally kind of unspecified and rather vaguely kind of conceptualized historical skills, whatever they might be, which does give that impression that skills have some sort of disembodied existence separate from any historical knowledge which might underpin them. So I think the ghost of assessment past does still haunt us. But what about the ghost of assessment present? What form will that take and what messages will it communicate? Well, you'll be overjoyed to know it takes the form of a flight path. Now, that one, I didn't come up with that one. It's referenced at the bottom. It comes from a truly terrifying thread of stuff that Matthew Benyahai posted on Twitter a few years ago. And that's just one example from, it's like a kind of just sort of Dante-esque journey into hell, really, this thing that you go down. Really, now I couldn't give you my own example on this because as I've said, I've done some terrible, terrible things, but I can proudly say I have never, ever created or used a flight path. So I had to get somebody else's one. Don't know who created it. Anyway, why am I using this to represent the current state of affairs in assessment? Well, I think it's because for me, this represents the monsters unleashed on the world that filled the vacuum left by the abolition of levels back in 2014. And I think we're still in that world in many ways, in many schools. Obviously, different schools will be at different stages of this, but I think in many ways, we're still in that world. Because, of course, for many senior leaders, GCSE grades were the logical and obvious replacement for Key Stage 3 levels, right? And so they were simply stretched back into Key Stage 3. And again, if we're thinking about assessment as communication, that kind of created this expectation for teachers and for students that students would in some way, shape or form work at a GCSE standard from year 7 onwards, and that perhaps also that standard would be above, in line with, or below the expectation that we should have of them. Now, I've told you that this isn't really a talk about assessment theory, and I don't have time today to explain why that all makes absolute assessment nonsense. And I don't think I need to, because I suspect I would be preaching to the converted in this room. I'll save it for one of the talks I do to a senior leaders gathering and see the expressions on their faces. But my question today, what interests me for this gathering is, what will students infer from this about history? Well, for one thing, I think they're likely to invert the relationship between the subject and the GCSE grade. What do I mean by that? I mean that instead of the central goal being to get better at history, although we can debate what that means, the grade becomes the thing to be grasped at, the object of the activity, and history just becomes the means of getting it. So that crucial relationship has become inverted. History should be the thing, and the grade should be the public way of measuring it at the end of year 11, but we've reversed that. We've reversed the order. Now, I'm not an idiot. I'm not completely naive. I realise that with the high stakes pressures of kids in year 11 and the role that GCSEs play in their lives, at that stage, it's almost inevitable that that is going to be kind of how they feel. And I don't think we can do much about that. But there's no need to transfer the damn thing backwards into Key Stage 3, just because it's going to be like that in year 11. We don't have to make it worse. And I don't really quite understand why there's this weird expectation that we should. You know, and I suppose, how do we see that manifesting itself in the classroom? Well, I think one thing we see is that GCSE grades sometimes get kind of weirdly reified incorrectly, not as what they actually are, which is letters on a piece of paper at the end of year 11 to indicate the standard achieved, but as pieces of work. The teacher holding up a piece of work, this is a grade 5. Well, no, it's not, it's a piece of work. Or to get a grade 7, you need to do X, Y, and Z. Now, the advice there, maybe X, Y, and Z may be good things. I'm not necessarily saying it's bad advice, although quite often I think it probably is. But you can't quantify grade 7 in that way, and I don't really think we should. And so I think what we're doing there is we're elevating the grade above the subject, and we're turning the grade, and through this assessment practice, we're turning the grade into a sort of a false god. Pushing this point a bit further about flight paths and all the rest of it, I think it communicates the message as well that the purpose of assessment is to establish whether or not you're on track. And I think what that does is it reduces assessment in students' minds, what's in reality something hugely complex and authentic and interesting and tentative. It reduces it to a binary. So that a student will either, as a result of it, get a nice positive message, you're on track, or you're not. And I think that can tend to lead to either complacency on the one hand, or despair on the other. And in the process of it, now sometimes kids need a kick up the backside, I realise that. Sometimes we need a binary, but we often don't. And I think in the process of kind of creating that binary, what we do is we suck all the actual life out of assessment. Anything that's real, anything that's interesting about it, kind of just sort of disappears up that vacuum. Nothing of real value survives. There's no dawning realization in the kid's mind that actually they'd misunderstood something. And that's really interesting, that they've suddenly realized what it was. There's no insight into their own thought process. There's no kind of fertile questions about what made this piece of work stronger than that piece of work, or weaker than another. Just on track or not. It's become data, not history, and something really precious, I think, has been lost in that process. Now, I think the other thing with this is when we kind of have this overemphasis on kind of GCSE and so on, and grades, I think we tend to overemphasize, and I do see lots of this, we tend to overemphasize GCSE question types and assessment criteria in general. And it leads to what I think of as the mark schemification of history teaching. I am going to use a bad example of my own practice here, because I think GCSE mark schemes, and this is years ago, this isn't even current GCSE, this is old GCSE. But you'll see this, the sort of thing that I'm doing there, you'll see where I'm kind of trying to turn the different bands of the mark scheme into student-friendly language, and I'm using this as a teaching resource, and it'll be for a particular type of question, how many marks you'll get for doing this, that, and the other. Well, GCSE mark schemes, I don't think, aren't even that good at encapsulating excellence in history. It's not even, I think often they're rubbish at it. So we're not even teaching them something good when we do this. But in the process, we are drawing their attention away from the actual historical learning, and we're focusing on this constant sense of kind of ticking boxes and so on. So, but when we do this, sure as night follows day, the mark schemes get broken down, they get translated into this sort of student-friendly language, they get revisited endlessly in classrooms up and down the land, and I think that's often to the detriment of the content that we're trying to teach. And have you noticed they win a place in our language as the 6 marker or the 8 marker or the utility question or whatever? They become part of our discourse as if they're the real thing, and they've sort of taken over. So that's one of the, another skeleton in my closet, admittedly from a long time ago, but not something I'm particularly proud of. And I think it illustrates the point I'm trying to make. That stuff is bad enough at GCSE. In my defense, that's when I was doing it. But it absolutely must be kept out of Key Stage 3, where it's a joy, isn't it, not to be constrained by an exam board specification, and where we are free to develop something interesting and authentic. And certainly my very, very, very strong perception when I was a head of department is that what we did at Key Stage 3 was more rigorous and certainly more interesting than what we were able to do at Key Stage 4, where we did have those constraints. And I worry hugely about what we communicate, assessment as communication. What are we communicating to students by introducing elements of GCSE early? So there's the ghost of assessment present. But it's obviously going to be the ghost of assessment yet to come. We're kind of conjuring up here. What might the future hold? To illustrate this spirit, I'm going to use a knowledge organizer. Now, I don't expect you to be able to read the knowledge organizer. That also is one which I produced a little bit more recently this time, because knowledge organizers weren't in fashion. I don't think anybody even heard of them when I was a head of department. They've become more fashionable in recent years. And I must be clear, I'm not here saying knowledge organizers are a bad idea. I'm not entirely sold on them, but I'm not here speaking against knowledge organizers. I'm using this to represent something which I'll try and explain. So what do I mean by this? The knowledge organiser represents this particular spirit, the spirit of assessment yet to come. And I say this because this sort of thing, I think, powered by the twin engines of, on the one hand, the popularisation of cognitive science in schools, and on the other, the enthronement of the concept of a knowledge-rich curriculum in the Ofsted framework. Both, I should be clear, things I really welcome in many ways. So these twin engines, but I think they can lead to some pretty reductive assessment. If we think of that in the world of assessment and apply that there, I think we can lead to something pretty reductive, which contributes dodgy messages about history. And I call it the ghost of assessment yet to come. In many ways, it's already with us, but it seems to be very much on the rise in schools. And unless there's a radical change, I see this probably continuing to be prevalent and becoming more so. So what's the problem here? Well, if we say that everything students need to know about a topic is contained in a knowledge organiser and must be secured in long-term memory, good things in themselves, and that this knowledge, this core knowledge, if you like, to use that term, is what we will assess them on, then we do risk, I think, giving the impression that history consists of memorising a fixed set of facts, and that getting better at it means increasing their retrieval strength in our long-term memory store. Now, all of that's good stuff, but I think there's a danger that we reduce things to that if we're not careful. Now, those things they're not enough, they're not sufficient to produce a balanced, nutritious assessment diet. If we want students to make the sort of meaning that actually Mike was talking about earlier, the sort of meaning that I've tried to describe in a blog post as not so much knowledge rich as knowing richly, then I think we need to be more ambitious with our assessment. So I'm going to use a non-historical example for you here. I know very well that ionic bonds transfer electrons rather than sharing them. My wife told me. I haven't got the first idea what that means. Not a clue. It means nothing to me, really. I know it's true, I've memorised it, but I don't know what it means. And that's not the sort of historical knowledge that we want students to end up with. And assessing them, I think, on their factual recall, while important, should only be part of the picture. Obviously, you want them to be able to do all sorts of things, to draw connections, to spot trends and compare. Some of the stuff that was actually back on that national curriculum document that I was showing you earlier. Now, Jonathan Grand's already been recommended to you today, and I'm going to recommend his work as well, because there's a particular blog post he wrote that really struck me, which he argues brilliantly that much of what we teach students isn't really intended to be secured in long-term memory, certainly not on a permanent basis. So obsessively assessing students on that and only on that sort of somewhat misses the point, and it communicates a misleading message about history. I'm going to push that a bit further and suggest that we need to be a bit cautious of overly sort of compartmentalised assessment tasks, so not compartmentalised, componentified, if you like, as assessment activities. What I mean by that is students never having to write anything beyond a paragraph or two, rather than a full essay. Again, not that it's wrong with using paragraphs, not that we shouldn't use those as part of our assessment diet, but that on their own, they're not sufficient. Now, they may make the marking easier, and that's a consideration, something we should take seriously. But they will, if that's all we do, communicate a reductive view of history, and they'll deprive students of the opportunity afforded by an essay to develop their sophisticated historical thought. There was recently an excellent blog post, I thought, which was warning against removing extended writing in the English curriculum by a teacher called Elizabeth Bowling. And I've referenced it on the slide coming up. And I think it's well worth a read for history. She's writing about English, but it's well worth a read for history teachers too. And it makes the point, which is one that I've often felt strongly about in the past. I'm slightly annoyed that she wrote about it because I could have got credit otherwise. But if we do that, if we think only of the assessment functions of a written task, if we're thinking only of what we can learn from it, because that's what assessment is, that we can learn something, we can draw inferences. If we think only of that when we're doing a written task, we can lose sight of the learning benefits. And I'll return to that point later, that sometimes we need to put the learning benefits first. And I don't want that sort of just endless kind of atomization of firstly facts and secondly writing to be the future of assessment. So I've conjured up three spirits of assessment for you: the spirit of assessment past, the spirit of assessment present and the spirit of assessment yet to come. And I suppose when I was doing, I hadn't really planned to turn this into a Christmas carol, but it sort of happened this week as I was planning the talk. And then it did occur to me that I've sort of cast myself in the role of Jacob Marley, haven't I? Sort of bound by these chains forged through my own terrible assessment practice in the past. But, it wasn't mine. I'm going to lean into it, though, since, it's sort of happening. So I'm going to finish with some advice to help you avoid my terrible fate. Now, this is in no way a comprehensive list, but hopefully it will challenge you and provoke your thought when you're kind of considering assessment. So my first point is this, and this is really picking up on the point that I just made about how we're designing something. Are we thinking primarily about learning or about assessment? Now, what I'm saying here is that almost nothing we do in schools is purely summative. We want virtually every assessment to have learning benefits. Obviously, we will do some things which have a summative side, but we want virtually everything to have learning benefits. And so I would argue that it's more helpful if we think primarily of some of our assessment tasks, not as assessments first and foremost, but first and foremost as learning activities. And I mean here particularly the end of topic outcome tasks that we might do as we've got to the end of an inquiry. Often they come in the form of extended writing. I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't use them for assessment, you understand. I'm not saying they mustn't be used. I'm saying that when we're designing them and when we're planning what they should be, it may be helpful to first think about the sort of historical thinking we're trying to develop in our students, the sort of thing we're trying to elicit from them, and how these tasks are actually not so much an assessment task that's separate from the inquiry that we use at the end to see how well students have understood the inquiry, but they're actually an integral part of the inquiry itself. They're part of the learning process, and actually by doing them, students will be making meaning. That's part of why we write. Certainly when I write things down, when I blog or whatever, it really helps me to clarify my own meaning and so on. And it's part of that schema building, which again, we've been talking about and thinking about. Now, of course, we can draw inferences from them, but those inferences that we will be able to draw, the assessment purpose, if you like, comes as a secondary consideration. I don't think that applies to everything we do for assessment in schools, but I do think it applies to some, and we need to ask ourselves that and see whether perhaps we need to shift the balance slightly in our thinking about assessment design. I've been mentioning inferences, and they're obviously absolutely central to assessment, but I think when we do that, whenever in any assessment task, we need to be cautious about the conclusions that we attempt to draw about student learning. And whether, I'm quite pleased with this because I'm paraphrasing Top Gun here, whether our inferences are writing checks that our assessment can't cash. I'm pleased with that one. So we're almost certainly prone to overestimating what we can learn from assessments, especially if we are trying to use them. And it may not be your choice, but especially if we're using them to establish like a GCSE working app grade or similar. First of all, don't do that. But secondly, if you have to do that, we have to be super careful, I think, about what we do. It's far better to treat each assessment really as a means of developing hypotheses and further questions, which can then be tested and investigated either at the individual level or the class level. And we need to be very, very cautious. I think we have a tendency, there's probably a name for it as a type of bias, a tendency to over-interpret, to over-infer from assessments. Okay. Picking up on my earlier point about avoiding reductive assessment, the factual recall earlier, I would strongly echo Michael Fordham's call, it's referenced at the end, for a mixed assessment constitution. To be honest, if you're echoing Michael Fordham's call for almost anything, you're on pretty solid ground. But on this issue, I think it's crucial that kind of workload reduction is a hugely valid aim. Don't get me wrong, and things like multiple choice questions can be a great way of achieving that. And I'm a big fan of multiple choice questions. But as Michael would say, let's not assess only using one particular thing. You'll probably want some of that in the blend. You will. I'll chuck this around. You will want some stuff at paragraph level, but you'll also want some extended writing in there as well. That deserves its day in the sun. So this idea of a mixed assessment constitution, I think is quite key. Then there's this business again, which I've referred to earlier about historical scholarship. And obviously we are attempting to induct students into those patterns of thought of an academic discipline. I should be clear about this. That doesn't mean, I don't think, that we are expecting them to be mini historians and necessarily sending them off into the archives, and we're certainly not really expecting them to come up with original interpretations of their own. And I think sometimes we do a bit too much of that. It's often more interesting to see what they say about other people's interpretations. But I think we need to make sure that the sort of questions we get them to engage with are recognisably historical questions and draw on historical scholarship. And we can use actual historical scholarship for this. So I mentioned the Christopher Clark book earlier. Actually thinking about that, engaging with it and answering questions about it is a good way to achieve it. Students might be asked questions about what a particular historian is trying to achieve, for example, or why this historian perhaps differs from previous accounts. And sometimes I think that can be better than asking them to say whether they agree or disagree, or which is the most convincing interpretation. But we can be drawing on historical scholarship, and I think that provides some pretty solid ground for assessment design. I've talked a bit about mark schemes, and obviously, if the assessment diet is rich, as it should be, I've talked about that mixed assessment constitution, then generic mark schemes are almost certainly going to fail to do justice to each individual task. And I think they also make it all too easy to slip into those really bad habits, like I was talking about earlier, where we mark schemify the curriculum. And the mark scheme then replaces the curriculum, replaces the history, and it becomes the thing we're encouraging students to aim for, rather than just a tool to measure how good an answer is. And nearly 20 years ago now, quite a long time, Burnham and Brown wrote this great article in Teaching History where they called for task-specific mark schemes. But if you haven't read it, I would strongly recommend you do, because I think it's as relevant today, really, as it was when they wrote it back in 2004. So think about these kind of task-specific mark schemes. Consider that. I'm also just hugely sceptical, even if we are using good mark schemes, I'm hugely sceptical of the value of mark schemes as teaching tools. They can provide a function in enabling us to mark the work. That's what they're designed to do. But there's almost this kind of inexorable draw for them to become the teaching tools. And I'm very skeptical about that. Students, understandably, I don't blame them. Students want a formula. We all want a formula. How will I do this thing? Is there a hack? Is there a shortcut? Is there something? But actually, the problem is there isn't. Because in my view, when we do that, when we turn the mark scheme into a formula, it's detrimental to good history. And what it does is it then leads to students rolling out thoughtless, kind of pre-packaged answers, rather than responding thoughtfully to the demands of specific question. And if you teach A-level, you may have noticed the weird tendency that all students seem to want to turn every question into a causation question. And I'm convinced a lot of it's because they've had this sort of formula for what an essay should look like, and you've got your 4 factors or whatever it be, and you'll write a paragraph about each factor. And that then starts, and it does them damage, because they're questions that don't require that or require something completely different, which I think is really problematic. So we need to be wary and just avoid doing, I think, turning the mark scheme into a formula. I think it's much better to exemplify and actually look at some really high quality examples of historical writing, perhaps under the visualizer. It's a really good thing to do, get the pens out and really annotate them and dig deeply into what it is that this author's trying to achieve at the word level, the sentence level, the paragraph level, and the overall essay level. And actually why are they trying to get under the bonnet of the essay, if you like? Why is this working? Why is this person doing this? And you're exemplifying good practice there, rather than trying to have this generic formula from the mark scheme, which I think is quite unhelpful and unhealthy. Now, I'm realistic. I know that sometimes you are working within a prescriptive school assessment framework, and sometimes your school systems will require you to give a score to assessment tasks. I don't think that is necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes, in my school, I'm in charge of it, for goodness sake, and sometimes we have a system where I do ask for a score to be provided. That could be useful. But we have to bear in mind, again, thinking about assessment as communication, we have to bear in mind that when we do that, when we assign a score, it raises the stakes of the assessment in the minds of students. Sometimes that's useful, but it affects what the task communicates to them. It is less likely, I think, that they will take risks on that assessment if they know there's a score attached to it. And the score, of course, when we give them the score, it can provide a distraction from formative feedback. So it may be worth thinking about separating those things out. And when there's a score, not perhaps worrying so much about the formative feedback and focusing the formative feedback on other tasks, perhaps. I'll leave that for you to think about. But as a rule, if I was trying to break my own advice here and giving you the formula, I suppose, I would suggest giving scores sparingly, but also perhaps restricting it to when we really need to in order to fulfill the school's reporting requirements. Just think hard about, does this need a score? Is the score going to add anything to the assessment process? What am I trying to achieve through this assessment process? And is a score going to add value to it or not? Pushing that further, again, I'm well aware that your hands are going to be tied by school assessment frameworks. So I appreciate you may not have the power to follow my advice, but I would strongly suggest that raw scores or percentages are preferable to converting that into a grade, particularly a GCSE grade at Key Stage 3, as I've already talked about. But as a rule, I'm very wary of converting. Sometimes there's a time and a place, perhaps after a set of mock exams or something. But as a rule, I think we need to be very wary of converting a score from an assessment task into a grade. As soon as we do that, and this is not a talk about assessment theory, but as soon as we do that, we're drawing inferences which are questionable at best and potentially highly misleading. So I think that's something to avoid if we can. And even more than a score, a grade is going to dominate students' attention when the work is returned and potentially distract them from more important things. Now, my final point on here is, I'm really mindful that all this stuff I'm throwing at you, particularly from somebody who's not even a head of history these days, that can seem really daunting. And particularly, you may be a head of history who's in charge of your department's assessment regime, and I'm not trying to make you feel bad about it. You may have inherited something which has all this terrible stuff embedded in it. If it comes as any consolation, at my school, the assessment that we do comes up well short of loads of this stuff. And we've got tons of work. So the head of history, I know, has things that he wants to do, but it takes time and it takes effort, and you try things and they don't always work out. So I would say that just like a good curriculum, building a good approach to assessment takes a long time, and we're not going to fix it all in a few weeks or even over the course of an academic year. Please try not to feel bad about that. I firmly believe that by teaching kids history at all, you're contributing positively to their education. And I really believe enhancing their lives. So you're not doing them any harm while you work on this. It will take time. But of course, if you can improve it over time, then you will be making a real difference to the quality of what they're experiencing. But I should warn you that, of course, when you get to the point you were originally aiming for, if you're anything like me, you'll find that your thinking about assessment has actually moved on, and you've now found something else to be dissatisfied about. And so the goalposts are kind of constantly shifting, but that's just something we get used to. And of course, there's also the whole frustration of having to dance to the tune, which is probably a really discordant tune as well of your school's senior leadership. But, there's only so much you can do. Now, you've been kind of hugely patient to give me your time and attention. Obviously, that's not something really to be reading now, but if you get the slides electronically afterwards, that's just some references. I've referred to various things on there in my talk, and I've tried to include all the stuff I've mentioned on my final slide. And there's also just at the bottom a few pieces of further reading that you might be interested in on the theme of assessment. If for some reason, you haven't had quite enough of what I have to say, do look me up on, I'm at Mr. Mount Stevens is my handle on Twitter or X or whatever it is these days. Although I would be honest, I'm spending very little time on there now since Elon's taken over. I'm on Threads and trying to make a go of that. And one thing, and if I can give a plug for that, it'd be great to see some more history teachers on Threads actually, and getting a really sort of development of a kind of subject community on there, and the discourse that used to be on Twitter when it was decent. Would be really love to see that developing. So, do look me up by all means. There's also my blog is referenced on there somewhere. So welcome to do that. But if I can leave you with a final thought, history as an academic discipline and history as a school subject is unique and it's wonderful. We'll all agree on that because we're history teachers. But our assessment then should act as a lamp to illuminate that, not as a kind of a hammer to eliminate anything that's subject specific. And so please be proud of the idiosyncrasies of our subject and do make the case within your schools for assessment which will communicate just how great history is. Thank you very much for listening.
Test. Oh, it is on.
Are you saying I'm quiet?
No.
Oh, okay.
Just checking the mic.
Okay. So, thank you so much for that. That was absolutely brilliant. I know I sat there, kept on thinking about past assessments and having trauma about the past assessments I have done with students and so on. So thank you so much. We now have our another fabulous sponsor coming to have a quick talk with you. This is Oxford University Press, who, as you all know, have just come out with some fantastic books, all of which I have actually all got. And I will tell you, lunch is coming, I promise. our lunch break is coming up, but I have a little word from our sponsor, UP. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Margaret. I'm the educational consultant for OUP in Suffolk, Norfolk, and Cambridgeshire. So if there are any schools out there from those regions, hello, you might see me again visiting your schools. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about the latest additions, the latest publishing to added to our history portfolio. So we will start with
I'm really sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. Can you hold it and say that doesn't work because you can't hear the camera? Is that right? Give it a go. I can do the slide.
Okay.
If you say next slide.
Okay. Can everybody hear me now?
Yeah. A little bit closer. Just a little bit closer.
Okay. Hello. Great. So starting with 4 major titles that we have published just recently. These are Key Stage 3 History Depth Studies. 4 titles which have come as to address the need to diversify the Key Stage 3 curriculum, to add new voices, diverse voices, narratives, and to expand the lens through which history at Key Stage 3 is taught. The series editor is a very popular, well-known author and writer, Aaron Wilkes, but we have got contributions from a lot of historians, educators, and writers, 2 of which we have in this room. We have got Katie Emery, who contributed to African Kingdoms, and Josh Craig Gary, who contributed to Fight for Rights. All the books are written in a very accessible style, the style that all of our publishing is written in. Accessible style, engaging, stimulating discussion. So if I just let us go and have a look at the covers of the books. So we have got the British Empire. British Empire covers the case studies that cover America, India, Australia, and Africa. Looking at the very image on the cover, we can quite easily say that it is going to be a story told in a different way, from a different perspective. We have got Mahatma Gandhi with his followers there, and Sarojini Naidu on Salt March in India. Then we have African kingdoms, 4 exciting, fascinating stories of medieval African kingdoms: Mali, Benin, Shanghai, and Asante, shining the spotlight on African kingdoms, on the cultural riches, political might, and the level of development they reached in pre-colonized era. Fight for Rights in modern Britain. Interesting case studies, very in-depth treatment of women's rights, disability rights, Black civil rights, and LGBTQ, I think the roles better, rights. And then moving on to Migration Nation. The image here obviously shows the iconic Windrush, but which is a symbol of a relatively recent migration. But that book spans centuries, showing that migration has been around in the country for going back to Celts and Anglo-Saxons and so on. The case studies are on Jewish migration, Irish, Caribbean, South Asian, and Eastern European migration. And again, these migrations are treated in more depth, not again the recent ones, but covering the migrations through centuries. The next slide We have got podcasts as well, which support the case studies, the depth studies published. So the most recent podcast that has just been released is on migration, where Aaron Wilkes talks about shares insights on how to teach migration and discusses the big questions about migration, gives insights how to approach the subject, to teach it with empathy, and also emphasizes why it's important to open space in the curriculum for that subject. The next coming podcast is about fight for rights. All the links to the podcasts are available on our website. Then we have got new publishing for AQA, GCSE History, America 1840 to 1895, expansion and consolidation, with an in-depth treatment of indigenous people. So it's showing the history from the perspective of indigenous people in America. And AQA GCSE History, again, that has been revised in light of diversity and inclusion. What we have done with Elizabethan England and Norman England, we have separated those two themes were together in one book. In the past, they have been now separated for ease of use and teaching. So we going to the next. Are we going very quickly now? Sorry. So this is the next one. Yeah. The new course that has just been published by OUP is EdExcel. We have never done EdExcel. We have been publishing for GCSE AQA. Now this is a brand new course from us, and the available titles are Migrants in Britain, Medicine in Britain, Early Elizabethan, Superpower Relations and the Cold War, Weimar and Nazi Germany. So very much up to date with regards to exam questions, examination preparation. The whole course is also supported on our digital platform, Kaboodle. If you're familiar with that, it is where the books are available in the digital form, but there are also there's also support in the shape of extra interactive activities, auto-marked assessments, summative and formative quizzes, a lot of knowledge retrieval. So if you're interested to trial Kaboodle, free trials are available to schools who are interested. So that is, Kaboodle, we have covered that. And finally, thank you. Finally, this series is the hottest of the press series released by OUP Oxford Revise, a whole new series to support the GCSE EdExcel revision work for students. So the titles, we have got the titles at the moment that are already available, and they are the American West, Early Elizabethan England, the USA, 1954-75, Anglo-Saxon and Norman England, Medicine in Britain, Crime and Punishment, Weimar and Nazi Germany, Superpower Relations and the Cold War. There will be more coming, but these ones are already available. They follow, the structure of the book is based around knowledge retrieval practice, very core, very well laid out knowledge, followed by a lot of retrieval, very prominent retrieval sections, and then exam practice. Questions. The books are available at 50% off if an order is placed through schools with us. They're available in high street stores, WH Smith's and Waterstones, but if a school places an order with us, it's 50% off. So it's £3 per book. And that's it. Thank you very much.
everybody. Sorry, hopefully you can hear me. I don't need this. Right, this is now lunch. So thank you very much to everyone that's spoken. We're going to go for lunch till about 1:30. I've got a list of who's ordered lunch. If you're a speaker, you can get lunch. So please, we'll show you where to go in a moment if you want lunch. If you want to get lunch and go out to get lunch, Marks and Spencer's, if you come out of this building and you go left over loads of I'm really sorry because I didn't tell him the dress code this morning. So he rocked up looking beautifully smart. And then he realised that he was the only one in the suit. So sorry, Cameron. Yeah, sorry. It's my fault. Should have told him yesterday. This is Cameron Mitchell. So he's been teaching for 5 years. He does have an aspiration to be a head of department, and he'll be a great one. He is alarmingly, as he's written down here, passionate about Soviet and Chinese history. You never know, he might tell you how he got stuck in Russia just before COVID started. So that was fun. And he's the proud owner of multiple sets of historical armour, which he does tend to try and wear on a regular basis. So without further ado, this is Cameron Mitchell. There you go.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll try my utmost.
Right now.
I might need you to take it then. I'm gonna hold the mic.
Oh, Claire.
Actually, can you hear me like this? Yes? No?
No, can you hold it?
Oh,
Hold it. Pass me the
So, because you're taller.
thank you. Yeah, if you could click it.
Okay.
Okay, how about this?
Yes.
Yes? Excellent. Fantastic. Okay. Well, first and foremost, as Steph rightly said, I've only been teaching for 5 years. I think I'm in a room with the majority of people here are heads of department or people higher up, so I feel a little bit out of my depth. But what I'm trying to share with you here is something that I found particularly useful in classrooms. I think what I'm trying to show as well is how we can try and evolve other skills. And what I'm essentially talking about, if you wouldn't mind changing the slide, sorry, is I'm talking about databases. I'm talking about not just the data that we all dread and hate in our schools. I'm talking about actual historical databases, bringing them into the classroom and getting students to practice some of the skills that we don't normally think of as historical skills. And I'll sort of talk from my justification of doing that in a second. If you can have the next slide. Now, I'm going to introduce you to someone very important first and foremost. I've only been aware of him for a few months, but this is my great-great-granddad, Robert Bold. Very unfortunate name. Now, my great-great-granddad, we only found out about him due to the fact we had a silver badge, which my aunt uncovered from a pile of detritus in her old house. Now, this silver badge implied that he was either injured or died during the First World War, and it set us off on a little quest over the last summer to try and find out who he was. Eventually, we got there through National Archives and a little bit of Ancestry.com. Turns out he had an unfortunate meeting with an artillery shell at the Battle of Lewes in 1915. Not much to very unfortunate. But it did get me thinking about the value of these sort of little individual journeys, of learning people's individual history, of going forward to try and identify who I am as a person. Not only the value in terms of what research can be gained from that, but also the value to an individual human being, to identify their own past and essentially what makes them them, why they are here today. Have the next slide. Now, many of us, when we teach history, we have a key set of skills we want our students to walk away with at the end of maybe Key Stage 3, if they choose not to do GCSE, or at the end of Year 11, if they choose not to do A-level or perhaps IB or whatever. Laura rightly pointed out earlier that we, as a department in my school, Anglo-European, we are thinking about what do we want our children to be able to achieve if they decide to leave history alone after 3 years. Like, what do we want them to be able to do? What do we want them to look like? What do we want their curiosity to, where do we want to take them? I came up with this very brief and frankly quite limited list of things like written English, communication, analysis, independent work, teamwork, creative thinking, reasoning, and research as well. But some of these skills, don't get me wrong, they are very useful and frankly they are very transferable as well. A lot of our students will go on to do, for example, law or psychology or perhaps business with some of the skills that we rightly give them. But it's worth pointing out a rather unpleasant fact, and it's something that I have to kind of remind our department sometimes. The vast majority of our students will not do a historically related job when they finish education. In fact, very few of them ever go into anything historically related. And there's a good reason for this. A certain colleague of mine printed off some A4 posters quite recently, which sort of spoke about the entry jobs that many history graduates go into. And I had an A-level class come in as I was putting them up, and they were looking at them and saying, oh, okay, I could be a tour guide, or I could be a civil servant. And then one of them points out to me and goes, all of these jobs, all 12 of them, their starting salaries are less than 30K. And I was like, yeah? So I live in Chelmsford. What's 30K going to get me? I'm like, just study history? It's very hard to convince them to study history at a higher level. It's very hard for them to see the financial benefit of studying a subject where ultimately historical related jobs are few and far between. When I was at uni, I had a course counsellor come and speak to us about what we could potentially do as careers after uni. And the first thing she said to us as an entire lecture cohort of 120 was librarian. And as you can imagine, the enthusiasm was incredible. Many of them won't go into history jobs. And one of the things I've been trying to do in my classrooms over the last few years is I've been trying to not only prepare them for a love of history, something that they will keep with them for their entire lives, not only prepare them for the common English skills and the analysis and the independence, I've been trying to prepare them for the world of work they might well go into that has no relation to my subject. Now, you might be wondering why on earth my granddad fits into this, or my great-great-grandfather rather. And that's because I want to talk to you a little bit today about historical databases and why I think they are worth including in your classroom. Now, when I'm talking about historical databases, I'm talking about websites which offer essentially endless streams of data about something historical. I'm going to give you 3 examples in a minute that I'll allow you to get your phones out and have a look at very quickly. If you're like me and keep like 50 tabs open on your Chrome browser, like this might be one to keep for your lessons. But I think the values of these historical databases and bringing them into classrooms at all age groups, so from year 7 all the way up until year 13, has proven itself incredibly valuable in my room and may well prove valuable in yours. Obviously, IT in our classrooms is very important. We need students who are familiar with IT and have the IT skills to work effectively in the jobs that they will be doing when they're 20, when they're 30, and we are sadly closer to 50. We need also greater familiarity with systems. I have the fortunate privilege of having quite a few friends who went to university and studied history. I'm the only one who is doing a history-related job, but they consistently say that the things they have to deal with in civil service or business is processing data, managing databases, using those databases to extrapolate information that they need for their role. Not only that, it's also worth showing them that history can be modern, that there are modern history projects, should we say, accumulating data that they can take part in, open source projects that allow them to maintain a part in history, even if they don't have a specific job there. And there are other benefits as well. Research skills, they're invaluable to businesses, preparing students for roles that may not yet exist. I've heard that one before. And also an empowering tool for self-discovery. I like to show them, for example, my great-great-grandfather and say, I found this because of the skills that we are going to look at today. Maybe you might find your own someday. You might find a distant relative that might be worth including. I try to think of these kind of things, implying I've ever done one before, that it's worth making sure that you guys can walk away with something that's tangible, that's useful, that you can actually put into practice on the Monday morning when you get into your classroom. And so while I have a whole list of different websites and sort of, should we say, data sources that we could use, I've narrowed them down to 3. One in year 9, one in year 11, and one for year 13 as well. This first one, I think, is amazing. I would give credit to a lecturer at Essex University called Sean Kelly for this one, and the URL is up in the top right-hand corner, should you wish to quickly look it up on your phones if you want to. This is a very comprehensive slavery database put together by, I'm not really kidding here, about 70 to 80 different lecturers across Britain, Portugal, Spain, and the US as well. Now, this is particularly valuable because this allows you to filter by country. It allows you to filter by destination, allows you to filter by origin. And I've used this with year 9 consistently for 2 years now. And every single time I do it, although it requires a lot of teaching how to use the database, it allows them to make their own voyages, as it were, of self-discovery. For example, I was asked in the year 9 lesson about 2 years ago, sir, did Russia get involved in the slave trade? Now me, thinking I'm big brain, saying, no, I'm not aware of any involvement in the slave trade. 20 minutes later, no. There was clearly slave voyages from Odessa. How many? About 500? Oh, how many people transported overall? Somewhere in the region of about 28,000. Russian Empire was involved in the slave trade. I learned something and a kid taught me something new. None of us in the room knew that beforehand. I found that incredibly useful. The next one for me, thank you. This one you might have seen before. This is a very famous website called opendoomsday.org, and this is a project that's been going on for quite a few many years. It used to be a CD-ROM back in the day. Not that any of our kids know what CD-ROMs is anymore. This is something I use for year 11 when we look at the Norman England 1066 to 1100 AQA course. And I like to show them as a homework. We work in an international school, so I would get them to have a look at their local area. I will get them to try and find out what it was like, what was going on in 1086. And again, loads of discoveries are being made, not just in terms of the local area, but in terms of historical language as well. I get asked what a cob is. I get asked what a hide is. And again, little discoveries are made that are quite relevant to their understanding of their world. For example, I found out recently that Romford did not exist in 1086. My students were quite thrilled. But you get the general idea. They are little voyages of self-discovery that can be made just with these little things, and this can be mostly student-led rather than teacher-led. The last one's a little bit special to me. I'll explain this one in a bit more depth. This is something I used for year 13. I think I did mention I was a Soviet historian, so I'll get myself worked up here. Now, I've had the luxury of meeting the guy who put this one together. I spoke to him for 4 minutes, and that time he managed to sell me 2 books. He was a great guy. This one is from a Russian website. This is gulag.themap.org. Technically, it's .ru. This is one of those websites I'm very thankful was not banned as a result of the February 2022 invasion, but it's still there. This is put together by the Gulag Museum, which work out of Moscow. And the Gulag Museum is a company that is, should we say, not particularly prized by the state. For some reason, and perhaps one of you guys can fill me in on this, I can't figure out myself, Putin's regime is not overly happy with people dredging up the historical atrocities of the past. No idea why. But this, again, is really useful context to put in with kids, to speak with them about why it is that this is not funded by the state, why it was initially funded, that funding was rescinded after, I think, about 2019, and they continued it privately. It's also worth discussing things about why their data sets are incomplete. They will proudly, if you were to go on the About part in the top left-hand corner, they will proudly announce that their data sets in terms of prisoners, and it does list hundreds upon hundreds of thousands, are incomplete. And the reason for that is because the Russian state won't open their archives. Again, a really, really good conversation about why the Russian state still feels the need to hide Stalinist crimes in the modern day. Again, voyages of self-discovery are important here. Through this, I found out that one of my students had a great-great-grandfather who found his way into one of these camps, and they were able to talk a little bit about their experiences through it. These 3 examples are very useful to use in lessons, and just to remind you of the purpose of these, this is about trying to prepare them for something bigger than perhaps just our history, our love for history. It's about preparing them for jobs that they might perhaps not know about yet. It's about preparing them for roles outside of history that might be more appealing in a time where financially things are looking tight, and their priority will not be their love of history perhaps, but it might well be their financial future. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I will admit I have immediately went onto those websites and have sent those links to my department right now to go, oh my God, can we use this? Can we use this? They were really good. Never seen those websites before in my life. We now have another fabulous speaker called Tara, who is going to be looking at witch crazes in East Anglia particularly.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay.
All about here, really, isn't it? Oh, I get a clicker.
You do. Good luck.
Oh, good luck. Oh, that's me. So I'm Satara. I look something like that. I work at a school just to the north of Cambridge, and I feel like everyone has heard of my school. 5 people have mentioned it to me already. I work at Impington. We are an international IB school which focuses on inclusivity. And actually, that got us thinking, because the children we have in our cohort are very international. The children we have actually are very, very different. And I use the word different because a lot of our children have statements. They have ECHPs. And actually getting them to understand witch crazes, let alone Shakespeare in English, is hard work. So I sat down with some English teachers, and I have to thank them. And apparently they're all watching this at some point. So thank you to English and sort of thank you to my history colleagues, because it took a lot of work. So in an IB school, you need to have cross-curricular like studies. You have to have what is known as an interdisciplinary unit, and actually that is because of critical thinking. That critical thinking spans different subjects. It's something we're very proud of, but more importantly, we tend to focus on concepts. We tend to look at ideas like poverty, about difference, about like empathy. And actually, that quote at the bottom, something very, very important to me, especially as a mother, is actually I want my child to come out as an empathetic human being. A particularly hard thing to do at the moment, post-COVID, dare I say, a certain man on X tweeting really misogynistic ideas. We want our children to come out as better human beings. So actually, crossing subjects where they can find tangible links is really, really important. And then we had to sit there and come up with a subject. And I trained at Bristol. I spent some time at UEA, and actually I got reading Gaskell. And I adore Gaskell's work because of actually, as someone who doesn't speak English as their first language, it's easy to read. And therefore we got talking about witches and the vulnerable, the poor, the outsiders. And then we got talking about significance. And that opened a whole can of worms because my colleagues turned around and went, we don't like significance. It's hard, it's stressful. And I'm like, yeah, I can see it. Because actually, if you look at Kerry Apps's article, which I appreciate is a few years old, which informed everything we are doing, it looks at how it changes over time. How do those experiences of witchcraft or witch crazes, especially in East Anglia, actually change and how are they seen over time? And then I did an MPQ. I got a bit geeky. I read a lot of the EEF and actually cross-curricular links according to English, and actually in particular with English, is really, really beneficial. And that's actually, if I'm trying to persuade a head teacher who is cost-driven, and she is absolutely wonderful, and she lets us, we are empowered by her in so many ways. If I turn around and say, actually, it's really effective, it's a really good argument to have. And actually, when talking to English, they do this at GCSE. They look at history in their GCSE. They look at Shakespeare and they look at context. And I've taught some English. I don't know how English teachers do it. They're absolutely incredible in terms of finding links and finding content. So if we can help them, then maybe they can help us. So I got a bit bored. I worked my way backwards, and this is my sort of ideal world. It was a lot more yellow on slide. Sorry, my husband formatted my PowerPoint. I'm never letting him do it again. Apparently it looks really pretty, that greeny khaki color. We're going to have words over strictly later. But actually, we are assessment driven. I'm sorry to say, I'm now going to go back and rewrite my entire curriculum, and people have mentioned things that we're not including, and I'm just going to park that thought till next week. But actually, in history, we do 4 assessments. And in the MYP, the middle years program, we have to have 18 lesson enquiries, which is a lot. And it drives me up the wall, but actually it's a really nice challenge most of the time. So first of all, if you look at our even more breakdown, because actually when we were planning this, we were like, oh God, this is too hard, we can't do it. Students need context, and actually they need local context. If you go to Cambridge, if you go to Great St. Mary's, which is a big church opposite King's, you'll see the place where one of the first witches was accused and put on trial. If you go a bit further down the road to Jesus Green, you will see a random piece of brass and go, that's where the first woman was hung. And the kids turn around and go, wasn't she burnt? And you're like, no, only in Scotland. Oh, she was hung. Yes, there was a woman hung on that random piece of grass. And we walked around Cambridge in year 7. They're like, that piece of grass. And we're like, that piece of grass. And it's like you've reinvented the wheel in front of them. And actually, so we do the context, we look at case studies, we go to our own archives. And that's really nice because actually our children don't know much about local history. We're a big school. We have a huge amount of primary school feeders. And actually, it really does cement our local history knowledge. English do lots of knowledge assessments. They look at Shakespearean language. I still don't quite understand iambic pentameter. That feels really awful. Apparently it's like I'm leaving it up to them. But actually, the assessments we all do are in conjunction with each other. And this took a lot of work. And actually, if you can do this with English, you can do it with any subject. I feel like I spoke about this in my PGCE 13 years ago about slavery and sources and something. Ask Helen over there, she'll be able to tell you. We go way back. So the breakdown. In our 18 lesson units, we start at Easter and we go right through to July, and it is a lot. So our first term is context. Why were women accused of being witches? Why in particular were local women accused of being witches? But actually the social conditions of the time. I always find it the most random fact in history when Gaskell stood up in the first year of uni and went, did you know there was a mini ice age? And I was like, no. There is a mini ice age. And the kids are like, no. I feel like one of those children for the first time. Like, there's a mini ice age and all the crops died. Oh, wow. I know I'm really geeky, but actually the kids love it because it becomes real. So we look at wider and rich places based on local context, but also the national, but also what is going on in the world around them, which is very, very IB. We then start to look at very individual people from May half term, and English finally get involved because they have more lessons. Apparently they can't start in Easter, so we'll forgive them. They're looking at poetry from April, so we'll let them off the hook. They start looking at actually the Globe Theatre. They look at Shakespeare, they look at his language, and actually as someone who's taught a bit of English, actually it makes a lot of sense. Iambic pentameter is a very, very powerful technique that Shakespeare uses really effectively. So they look at 4 different speeches, and I put 3 of them on there. They look at 3 very famous speeches, one from Lady Macbeth, which is Outdone Spot, you've got Shylock, and you've got Richard III, all of which we have given context to in other units of work in Year 7. We, at the same time, this is very much in conjunction and hoping we're going to get to the same place, which is a bit hard of a strike place, but we somehow got there this year. We look at Anne Boleyn, Elizabeth Clark, Matthew Hopkins, and then finally Sarah Good. So we try and look at 4 people that actually the students wouldn't have heard of. Everyone knows who Anne Boleyn is, apparently, from horrible histories. They sing Divorced, Beheaded, Died at me. And I'm like, well, not completely accurate, but I will forgive you. But actually, they don't understand what her actual life was like. Why was she accused of being a witch, for example? Or Elizabeth Clark, I'll show you an example later on. A disabled elderly woman, an outsider, vulnerable, poor. And now I find that really pertinent because actually we're teaching children who are in our school, potentially disabled, potentially come from the poorest of backgrounds. Cambridge is really affluent. Go to our estates, they're incredibly poor. We take those children from that catchment. And then we look at Matthew Hopkins, who tortures Elizabeth Clark. So they've got a contrast. And finally, Sarah Good from Salem. Now, I'm going to mention we do a significance assessment. Actually, we give them a list of questions, but we want them to understand how that changes over time. But the best assessment we do is actually we mark absolutely nothing. English mark this. And I'm going to read it to you, and then it sounds really random, but this is actually an example from one of our weakest students who has a reading age of around 8. They did not write it, they spoke it. Because we wanted them to understand why these women, this man is significant. We asked them to turn it into a speech with rhyme, with simple sentences, with plosive language. And actually, a child who has such a low reading age with a statement, and we have to adhere to all of those because it's so important we include them, because otherwise our children can't become better human beings if they don't understand who they have in their class. And this child, with that reading age, with that special need, stood up in front of their peer group and performed that speech. And actually, I'm not even going to read it to you. I'm just going to let you think and dwell on it because it's so incredibly powerful. And it's the last 2 lines. But what's my crime? I'm old, I'm poor, I'm lame. If that's my fault, then there's others that are the same. You can feel the heartbeat. You can feel the iambic pentameter. English, read Gaskill. We learn the language techniques. And children write beautifully. They speak beautifully. And actually, that child understands poverty. Not because they're poor, but because actually they've spoken about it. They've read about it. And actually, they've informed others about it. And then because we're the IB, we tend to reflect about everything all of the time, 1,000,000 times a year, all of the time. And actually, it's about learning empathy. I want my son to be a kind human being. I don't think, if you're a parent, I guess you're with me. It doesn't always feel like that when he's screaming his head off in town. Please come and say hi if you're ever in Cambridge and see me tearing my hair out metaphorically. But actually, that I would be a proud mother if he came out being empathetic. And actually, we asked them about the links between subjects. We don't give them a grade. We tried doing that last year and realised actually it was a bit clinical. So actually, how can we mark a reflection? And actually, we just ask them to write now. And actually, how do the subjects complement each other? Is it just about context? We hope they say no. We hope they find like links between the different subjects and the different people they've been learning about. But more importantly, it's about serving others. And that's a very IB thing, which is about helping others in the community, whether that's beyond their class, in their school community, whether that's people in their village or their town, whether that's people in their global community. And all we ask is 100 words of, how did you find it? Not even did you enjoy it? Did you come away with anything? If you didn't, the world won't come to an end. But try and find those links. And the final thought, we get Gaskill to come and speak to our students. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a mess up with timetables. Schools aren't perfect. They planned exams for when we were going to have him in, and then we had to cancel. But we've got a video recording, and he's coming in hopefully again this year. But it's this quote, and I'm a bit of a Gaskill fan because we go back like 17 years, you know, because he taught me at uni. So I feel like I have to credit him a lot in this. But actually, our students are anxious. They're insecure. Who knows what's going on in their lives? Actually, who knows what was going on in your lives when you were growing up? And sometimes that's one of the reasons we become teachers. I know we love our subject. I love history, bit of a geek. But actually, I also became a teacher because my background wasn't always perfect. But so I wanted to just make it better for people, which I know is very cheesy, but fundamentally, we're home away from home, right? So actually, if we look at that already offer, you know, we're looking at poverty, cost of living, economic depression. I'm not mentioning anything about government, sorry. Disruption, civil war. These are all feelings that children have. And therefore we have a responsibility through cross-curricular learning to actually try and address that. And actually Shakespeare, witchcraft is just for us the vehicle, but actually opening doors is more important. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. That was absolutely brilliant. I mean, to get a student to actually be able to say something like that. I know I've got students in my class that would struggle with stuff like that. So absolutely amazing. Just before we finish our final little teach meet, I just want to say thank you to all of our sponsors that are here today. Open University Press, and for their little speech that they've done today, and the new books that have coming out, Collins providing us with all their resources and some freebies for our raffle as well today. Hodder Education, as I said, they are speaking just a little bit later on, so don't worry, we are going to hear from them. And from our final sponsor, sorry, my mind went blank then, Time Travel, who again we will hear a little bit from later on. Our final Teach Meet is going to be Matt Jones, who's going to be talking about booklets, is that correct?
And climate history.
Right, okay. I'll let you off on that. There you go. Sorry.
There you go. Afternoon, everyone. Sure, I talked to you about sort of booklets, how we've used them, because I know it's a big of a touchy subject, but also something I'm quite passionate about, which is climate history, because I think it's a gap that's emerging, and I think something that we need to start thinking about how we're going to fill that gap for our students. So when I took over as a head of history, it was me and 2 ECTs, and they just looked at me like, we need some support and some help. So I thought, let's go down booklets, but I didn't want to take them from anywhere and just use them as they were. So I thought, let's build them from scratch. Let's make them for our students and make them applicable. And what I found is it was actually a really good process. It made me actually stop and think in the long term, what do I want them to know? How are they going to get there? Like Emily was saying this morning, what is the retrieval? What are we going to think about? How are we going to do it? Because it forces you to do that. You're not just thinking lesson to lesson. You're thinking, this is going in for printing. There's going to be 150 copies. I need to make sure it's right. So the first thing we did is sat down and figured out, what do we want them to know? What's the key vocabulary? Which I'm sure we've all done in our curriculums, and then shared them with the pupils. So they know what's coming up and what we want them to know, what we want them to learn. And also for our staff, as they're developing, forces them to figure out, this is what they need to know by the end. This is the knowledge we want them to walk away from. This is some examples of the retrieval. And actually in practice, if you go down this route, and you can have a hybrid model with an exercise book and a booklet, but they come in, they can pick it up, and they're straight onto the retrieval. There's no issues there. Some of them keep them in their bags and they take them when they do extra work. It's brilliant. It really works quite quickly. But also, when they don't get it, one of the problems with booklets that I saw is it's quite restrictive. What do you do next? So we made a space, a reteach space, where that teacher can make the decision in the classroom. If they don't understand it, if there's misconception, if the retrieval just isn't working, they can introduce another task on the fly, as I'm sure we all taught on the fly. So that is exactly there. It's there for them to stop and say, see, you don't understand it. We're not going to go on with this lesson. We're going to talk about how we can do it better. We can do a mind map. We're going to do something different just to try and get that knowledge embedded. We also have the opportunity to really go forward and look and think, what books are we going to use? What scholarship are we going to use? How are we going to get them to access it? What extracts are we going to use and how are we going to use it? Really planning ahead and really thinking ahead to the forethought of what we need to do. But the big thing I want to talk about, for me, the main focus is climate history, because just this year, think about the temperatures, and it's been all over the news, and it's becoming a massive, massive news story. Almost every day you see something about it. You see the government rolling back on green policies, other parties promoting green policies, and it's going to be the biggest challenge for mankind for the next 50 years. And our kids, our pupils that we're in front of, that's what they're going to be facing. And when I really thought about it, there's a new book, Peter Frankopan. And I feel like every time Peter Frankopan brings out a book, we've got to rewrite the curriculum. It's just a fact. So I got his new book, Earth Transformed, and I sat down and I read it, and I thought, I've never thought about it this way. But he's right. He points out that in the next 50 years, it's going to be the biggest challenge. But climate has had a massive impact on mankind since the Stone Age. Different historical events have sometimes been caused by climate. So we can look in the past to figure out how we might figure out the future and think about what some of the impacts might be in the future. Most of us could probably name an individual, a battle, something that's happened that has changed history and been really significant, been really important, or caused something to happen. How many people in this room could name a storm, a natural event, or a weather pattern that changed history? And yet it has a massive impact. One person has a massive impact. So when I started this point, there's a medieval warm period. There's a period of about 300 years where the temperatures are lovely in Europe and most of the world, and the population massively increases. And then all of a sudden, it's already been mentioned with the witchcraft, there's a little ice age. And that little ice age causes huge amounts of destruction and desolation. It leads to conflict over resources. It leads to accusations of witchcraft. It actually causes the Thames to freeze over every year. And there's a huge amount of change. And what I read when I read this book, I was shocked to find out when the Europeans discovered America, we brought to that indigenous population smallpox and other diseases and wiped out thousands of people. All those cities, particularly in the south of America, got reclaimed by nature. Those plants pulled more CO2 out of the atmosphere and caused an ice age and global temperatures to drop. That led to famines, which led to revolutions, that led to rebellions, that led to all kinds of issues all over. And then as we move forward through time, we can see how the relationship with nature changes again, and nature becomes something not to be looked after, to be something to be ruined, to destroy, to be taken. And then the impact of the British Empire. Animals are currently in the world not where they should be. And the biggest example I saw for that was, if you go to America, honeybees do not belong in America. The indigenous people of the Americas called honeybees English flies, because we brought them with us to build honeycombs and to feed ourselves. Huge parts of India should not be growing tea. Parts of Sri Lanka should not be growing tea. We have spread diseases, spread other things all across the planet. And for me, with what's going on in the world now, this is, I think, something that we need to start thinking about, because for too long, we've left it to geographers to talk about this and to scientists. And there's a big gap of saying, well, no, history has its part to play. How many historical events, if you actually look at them, are caused by the weather? Thanks very much, everyone. Oh, if anyone wants to have a chat, I've got some of the resources we use, and give us a follow, and I'm happy to share anything. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. We are going to now hear from one of our sponsors, Hodder. Is that correct right now? So if you'd like to come over. Okay. Just to remind you all that while we are doing this, if you are on Twitter, or X as it is now called, please make sure you are using the hashtag TMHI, not the one I was told previously, because it was miswritten on my piece of paper. But we are now about to hear from Hodder. Okay.
I'm gonna have to bend down, aren't I? Could do like a Freddie Mercury and just be like. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's move on. So hi, I'm Will Goodfellow. I'm the publisher for the history list at Hodder, joined by sales representative Kelly Goff. Basically, I'm going to be talking about some of our new resources that are out this year, and some of our recent resources, and then Kelly's going to take over and talk about some of the other services that we offer, such as CPD, magazines, events, that kind of thing. Just to say that obviously Hodder are really proud to sponsor this event. It's I've been to at least 3 or 4 of these, and yeah, for me this one's been the best yet. It's great to see you know, such amazing talks, and yeah, I've certainly learned a lot. So yeah, thanks to all the presenters. Okay, so the new publishing. This is a series I feel massively passionate about. These are my pride and joy, my babies. If you follow me on Twitter, then I won't sort of shut up about these ones. I commissioned these a good couple of years ago now, and that was a result of just going to conferences, going to schools, finding out what are the pain points that teachers are having. And so many of them were really sort of struggling. They wanted to do more diverse history, more Black history, LGBT, but they were really scared because these things are controversial. You know, to say the wrong thing, students going to tweet about it, and then parents going to pile in and stuff like that. And there wasn't really anything out there. There wasn't any decent resources really. You know, there's a few sort of bit of a wild west online. You could find some worksheets or whatever, but what they really needed was a textbook. And so I commissioned these 3, and these are a series of firsts really. Again, which I'm massively proud of. The British Empire, which published earlier this year in March. This is the first book that has been, which I know of anyway, which has had the input of 23 historians. We work with academics across the country, just on the British Empire, to try and get that different perspective of from the colonised rather than colonisers. We look at 8 different regions across the world. And the reason why we worked with so many historians is because we know it's controversial. Just go on Twitter and you can see that. So we just wanted to make sure that it was right and that you all felt confident teaching about these areas. So that's the first one. The second one, this is the first because it's the first ever Black British history textbook from a major publisher. So that's truly groundbreaking. And that's written by Abdul Mohammed and Robin Whitman from Justice to History. They're basically pioneers when it comes to teaching Black history in secondary schools. So hopefully you would have all heard of them. But again, that's the first. And then lastly, the British Social History, this published in May. And again, it was the first textbook to come out which covered LGBTQ plus history, disability history, Gypsy Roma traveller history, ethnicity, gender, it's all in there. And we're looking at the 20th century from a different lens, basically sort of uncovering voices which aren't traditionally heard. And again, this book's quite different as well because there are sections which sort of lift the lid on how history is made. So we've got interviews with archivists, we've got interviews with historians, one of them which weirdly, is actually my godfather's daughter, and she was at my christening. I didn't even know about that. But yeah, she's a leading authority on Gypsy Roman travel history. That's Becky Taylor. So yeah, I'm incredibly proud of these books. It really is showing that things are changing, and that's a really positive thing, like moving away from that male, pale, stale history. So it's an exciting time to be working in publishing, definitely. Just to say that these are all accompanied by online material, which is free as well. Because again, it's all about that confidence. You know, are you worried about certain terminology, using the wrong thing? And they are, you know, we recognise that you've spent ages and ages on your curriculum. So what we don't want to be doing is saying, right, yeah, all your stuff's rubbish, chuck it out, just use the textbook. These are very much designed to be sort of slotted in. There are various inquiries in there which you think, okay, well, that could quite work well with my existing curriculum. So the flexible approach there is really helpful. So yeah, please do check those out. We also had, when these books launched, we had webinars from the authors explaining about the books and the approaches and things they considered and how you go about teaching them. And they're now on YouTube as well. So if I haven't told you yet, do look at those. Yeah, they're really great webinars. I learned a lot. Okay. Also on diversity representation, obviously I'm sure there's not a single person in this room who hasn't heard of Black Tudors. I've known Miranda for a while now, and I worked with her and Jason Todd to produce a series of inquiries based around her book. And the good news is we know budgets are tight, and this is absolutely free. Yeah, so do check that out if you're looking to embed some inquiries on the Black Tudors. I'm not sure if anyone teaches IGCSE. It is quite popular in some schools in the country. For those that do, I'm sure you're aware that the spec has changed. There's been some updates, so we just wanted to make sure we've got you covered there. You've got the Ben Wolfe textbook, lots of online teaching and learning resources for our Boost platform, which Kelly will talk about, study revision guide, workbooks, and whatnot. This is a new thing which I only recently published, and this was born out of a lot of sort of research into existing revision guides that are out there. And what I found was that actually a lot of the revision guides on the market are just sort of mini textbooks. A lot of them just sort of use the textbooks for potentially like weaker students, and it's just cramming all that information into squeezing it into one page, and that's not really helping anyone. So I work with Dale Bannon, who's a bit of a pedagogical mastermind. Hopefully you would have heard of him. But it's really about teaching kids not only what to learn, but how to revise. So it's very much a cognitive science-based approach. You know, looking at basically elements such as retrieval patterns, dual coding, all that kind of stuff which you're familiar with. But making students realise that you're not starting from scratch. You know, you will have some knowledge, and it's about identifying what knowledge you do have and what you don't, where your weak areas are, and how you can build on those. And these link to the engaging series that you might be familiar with if you teach AQA GCSE. So they complement each other well, but if you don't use the engaging series, you can still use these. It's quite an innovative approach, so please do check them out at our stand. I'm just going to talk about some recent publishing for the last couple of years as well. I don't know if anyone's switched over from their warfare or medicine or crime over to migration. But yeah, it's a great new course, the Migrants in Britain course. And again, Robin and Abdul from Justice History, they've written that book. And the great thing about Robin and Abdul is that they're really passionate about history, but they're not just sort of relying on just books that are out there and whatnot. They are doing original research themselves. They are going down into the archives. They are unearthing stories which haven't been told before. So I do really like the way that they're so invested in covering new history as well. And then Sam Slater has written the revision guide. She's been teaching the course for the last couple of years. So again, it's all from her experience as well. If you don't know who Ben Walsh is, then sorry. These have gone down well as well. Perry, I know you use one of the books. And the idea of this is that Ben spent a lot of time looking at schools which were struggling with the EdXR course, to be honest. They had teachers who were just like, I don't know how to get through this content. I can't make this into a coherent course. I'm running out of time. I've got kids who just don't care, they're switched off, they should be getting good grades, but they're just overwhelmed. So he was like unpicking basically where they were going, where they're going wrong, what their misunderstandings were. And so Ben came up with this approach really. And it's just trying to make it more engaging. It's getting students to sort of get invested in the history so that they're actually switching on rather than switching off. They're really cost effective as well. I know budgets are tight, but what we've got here is the book one covers all the like the modern stuff. So basically paper 2 period studies, the 2 most popular, which are Cold War and American West, and then the paper 3 Germany. And then in book 2, we've got the sort of British stuff, so the popular thematics, which is crime and medicine, and then the most popular British depth, which are Anglo-Saxon, Northern England, and Elizabeth as well. I don't think anyone here does personal GCSE, but just to say that we do cover that as well with 2 new textbooks and a revision guide. Common entrance is another area which we cover. Again, this was done actually commissioned by my another colleague, so I must admit I don't really know much about it, but it's there. This is just a quick slide, like as you can see from our desk, we are #1 history publisher. It's something I'm very proud of, partly because of the great authors that we have and the rigorous nature of our writing process, but it also is in part because we cover every board. So revision-wise, it's AQA, EdXL, OCR, A and B, Educast, WJC, CCA, Cambridge. We've got you covered there. And it's the same with textbooks as well. We've covered all the GCSE and IGC textbooks, and A-level as well. So I think that covers the publishing side of things. Oh, one more, understanding history, Key Stage 3. We published this a few years ago under the SHP banner, Schools History Project. And it's a great, again, cost-effective solution. It's your entire Key Stage 3 course, so probably 2-year or 3-year, covered in one book, and that's accompanied by an assessment pack and boost online learning. I think that's it. Okay, so beyond books, I'll pass over to Kate.
Lovely. Thank you, Rob. Have you got the... Good afternoon, everybody. It's lovely to see you all. I'm Kelly. I'm one of the sales consultants and I cover Hertfordshire, Essex and Suffolk, and it's lovely to see some of my schools today, so hi there. I'm going to talk to you about different resources other than books that we do because we have such a variety for history. So the first thing I'll talk about is the magazine subscriptions that we do. These are available as a print magazine. I've got the History Review magazine with me today if you want to look at it. Not only is this available as a print magazine, it's also available as an eMag. The eMag allows you to actually share the magazine digitally with your entire cohort of A-level or GCSE history students. As well as the eMag, we offer an e-library. Some of you may remember the old archives that we used to have running in our older platform, Dynamic Learning. With the new e-library, it now sits on its own platform at Hodder Education Magazines. Not only do you get the back issues, also as we produce the relevant, so for example, September 2023, we brought out the new magazine, this one here, that will then automatically go onto the e-library. So that is something new to mention to you. And as I just said, it's available for A-level and also for GCSE. Thank you. Now to talk to you a little bit about our CPD offering that we do. Our range includes professional development webinars. They're actually online. If you wanted, for example, a head of department and a couple of teachers, after school, so we do professional development webinars. These get emailed to you the next morning. So at 9 AM the next morning, the webinar that you've attended, then you can share it with the teachers that were not present with you. It's a fantastic value. We also do professional development online workshops as well, in-person professional development events, different areas across the country, Manchester, Birmingham, London in particular. We also now offer, since COVID, downloadable professional development packs, which are very, very useful. And once you download it, it's a one-off purchase, they're yours. Student revision webinars. With our student revision webinars, again, you can have a group of students set up in, say, a hall. Again, the next morning, that actually gets emailed to you. And also, you get to keep it for 6 months. So it's a great way of you sharing those resources. We also run student revision days, where you can take students out of the school, and the price is per head. Every 10 students you take, you get a free teacher place. Great value. Guided assessment packs, our gap packs that we do. Again, these are downloadable resources all on our website. Build your own event. Now, this is something bespoke that we can offer for you. If you give us a guideline, we can come into your school and deliver events in school. You can have a half a day, a full day. So really the best thing to do is to contact us with your ideas, with your thoughts, what you would like us to be specific about for your teachers, your students, for example. You can incorporate, if you're in an area with a few schools, incorporate and bring other schools in, spread the cost of that as well, but it would be bespoke to your needs for your students. What I recommend you do, on our website, we do send these out, these brochures for CPD, everything is in here, but it's also on our website for you to click a link and you can just download it. Okay, so that's available for you too. Also to mention, Harder Education now own John Catt. Earlier on we were speaking about the retrieval practice, that's all in our John Catt catalogue. These catalogues should land in your pigeonholes, but again, if you haven't received one, just please go to the website, the John Catt website, the John Catt bookshop, I should say, and all of the resources are on there. But there's 4 retrieval guides, that you can basically use, which are all on there, which I know that some of you have used and enjoyed using. Next slide, please. I think that's it. Oh, no, Boost. So some of you will be familiar with our platform, Boost. It's a new generation platform. Boost actually contains teacher and learning resources to help with delivery, things such as PowerPoint, schemes of work, worksheets, interactive tests, self-marking, gives you feedback, not just score, but also gap analysis, any misconceptions it will identify for you. We also have ebooks available to you as well. But yeah, basically it's a complete platform. If anybody would like any free trials of our Boost platform, which will continue to grow as we bring out new resources, there will be a Boost product available for you. But yeah, it's fantastic. It's 2.5 years old now. So that's it from me, I think. I think that's the last slide, isn't it? Yep, last thing to mention to you. So obviously, because we've had the pleasure of your company today, there's my details there, my email address. There's 25% discount off today, so please do make note of my email address, and I can help any of you with your inquiries after today's event. Thank you very much, and a safe journey home when it happens.
Okay, I'll hold it for a minute. Right, okay, I'm sure you'll be happy to know that we're going to have a very quick comfort break before our final keynote speak. But before you do, a few things just to remind you. Make sure you go around and have a chat with all of our sponsors. Again, without our sponsors, this would not have happened. If you would like some tickets for the raffle, we have got some fabulous prizes. If you go and see Tina, who is standing at the back, she can sell you tickets. If you are going to do anything on X, please make sure you're using the hashtag, which is TMHI. I have got that right. Finally, got it right. It took me all day. But shall we say a 10-minute comfort break? So we'll be back about 22. Let's go for 22. Okay, thanks.
Also help yourself. Hey,
No, the cakes are mine. No, I've bought raffle tickets.
Oh, good.
I've bought raffle tickets. Get lost.
Where do we put the money?
Tina's got it.
I'm just doing it.
She's doing it. I did put it down. What have you got? I had one.
So it's like, yeah, and then it's like everyone's like blown away just by the introduction. And then just change it up and then basically. One too many. Yeah. And oh yeah,
This is just a turn time now. It's not. I'll be fine. I'll be absolutely fine.
Oh, sure, you'll be fine.
If everyone else like me. Yeah.
I need some tickets.
Is that a comment?
Sorry?
Is that a comment?
Yeah. That's why she's picking on him badly.
Is he in your department?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's it. Oh boy, he hates me.
Do you want me to lose some spirit?
Yes, please.
Right, everyone, we'll crack on. If everyone's ready. Yeah, wait for it. Just a real sort of opportunity for me to say a massive thanks to everyone for coming to the event today, because it is a Saturday, and I think our sort of mission since 2015 has been free events, and that's sort of our ethos. And the live stream is available for free. The recording will be available for free to everybody. I will email that to everyone who's attended today tomorrow. So then if you want to share that with anybody, they can sign up for the recording as well of the event today. So it's just been amazing. So thanks so much for coming. That's the first thing. I will say at the very end, a massive thanks to the team. That goes without saying. They've put this together. It's been outstanding. But I hate that word. It's been excellent. I was also going to say a huge. I mean, I've mentioned the fact that we're probably the only sort of national provider that provides as much free stuff in terms of events, and you know, and that's really been central to what we've tried to do for classroom teachers since we started. I'm still teaching history, so this has sort of been really valuable for me as well, to be able to be here and take some things away in between panicking about technology and everything else. The sponsors are integral to that. We are a sponsor-funded event. Without the sponsors supporting us, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing now, with the venue, the food, the live stream, the technology, everything that goes into it, the
team behind it, everything. So a massive, massive thanks to Collins, to Hodder, to Oxford University Press, and also Time Travel Education, who can't unfortunately be here today. They've sponsored every event, every history event we've run since 2016. So when I started this, and I was at that time teaching in Warrington somewhere, and you know, we were sort of just trying to start this from scratch. And Nick from Time Travel, I can't even remember how I got talking to him, but he was just straight away like, yeah, we'll sponsor, we'll support. And they at that time were a small business, you know, a local sort of business, and they said, yeah, we'll come on board, we'll support you. And that was the first event we run of this in 2016 in Chester, in a hotel in Chester, and obviously we wouldn't have been able to put it on without them. And every event since they supported it, which I think is amazing. You know, and that's sort of mirrored by all the sponsors in the room today. They've continued to support us over the last number of years. So it's amazing, really is. But yeah, I'm just going to play this video. We're not going to listen to the sound on it. I'm going to talk about time travel while you watch the images. But Nick and Sergeant Parsons, who is the guy who comes with Nick, who dresses up as an army sergeant and comes into your school and shouts and barks things at everybody and wears all the original stuff. This guy, Richie, he's great. He's great with the students. He's a great laugh, but also he knows his stuff. Time Travel have also got these VR kits. You can actually buy them into the school, and they bring, I think it's like 100 VR headsets, and then they've got like World War I trenches on there. They've got like all these sort of immersive experiences. That's one of the things they do, is they go into schools, but their main sort of bread and butter is their educational tours and visits. Now, I mentioned Nick earlier. He's such a nice guy, and I'm not just saying that, he really is like such a nice guy. Like, he will go out of his way, he will talk to you on the phone, he will answer your questions. It'll be him, not, you know, he won't be referring to someone else. He's just so sort of hands-on. It's his company, it's his baby, and he will go out of his way for you as a history teacher, head of history, assistant head teacher, whatever level it is, to help you arrange a trip to France, to Germany, to anywhere you want to go within their sort of offer. Obviously super handy for Western Front, GCSE particularly, anything on medicine, anything around that area. Obviously they cover all of that within their Western Front trips and much more. That's everything that's included. Itinerary, full guided trip, create a payment plan to suit you and your school, support pre-tour parents, even for residentials, pre-tour World War I workshop, group leader support is also offered by them. And I think that is true of them. From every single person I've spoken to, it's not just what we do, it's how we do it. So yeah, they're excellent. I think, do you know what's that? I don't think we need to say any more. I don't know what else is on the video. VR, mentioned it. Really good. They've got a preview on their website where you can see what it looks like for the students, and it does look really cool, actually. And there's Richie Parsons. We can't hear him, but he is a character. If you've been to any of our events before, he rocks up looking like that and sort of shouts at people in the faces all day. It's really great. And again, great guy. Just a great, you know, they're both from sort of Lancashire, and they're both just great guys. And hopefully maybe in the future you'll get to meet them if you come to another one of these in the future, that they're usually hanging around. So check out Time Travel, check out all our other sponsors. Thanks very much for you know, sort of supporting the event by coming today again. And now I'm going to pass over to one of our team to introduce our final speaker.
Okay, our final speaker is Professor Alison Rollins. It is our final keynote speaker for today. Don't worry, we are going to do the raffle at the end. I promise we are doing the raffle. We're just going to sort it all out. It'll be right at the end. So, Professor Alison Rollins, is Professor of European History at the University of Essex. And she is going to come and talk to you about, was it witchcraft?
History of, not
the history of witchcraft, which fantastically we're not doing witchcraft. If you've come to my classrooms, you may see very much like having, but here we go.
Thanks very much. Yeah, no, I always begin my uni modules by reassuring the students that it's the history of witchcraft, not the actuality of practicing witchcraft. Before I get to my presentation, just a couple of things to say relating to earlier speakers. One was Sean Kelly's name was mentioned. He's a colleague of mine at Essex. He's one of the main movers and shakers in that big slave voyages data set that was referred to. I'm sure if you dropped him an email, he'd be very happy to talk to you about that or come talk to your school about that. The other thing I was going to say was in relation, sorry, magic intervening. The other thing I was just going to say was in relation to history and careers. That old what can I do with a history degree question is something we're faced with at universities, at open days, at busy days. All I would say to reassure your pupils, your students, is all the careers that were up on that pie chart you can do with a history degree. One of the things we do a lot of work at university level is enabling students to articulate the skills they develop as historians. So all of those really positive things: communication, research, critical analysis, independent thinking, teamwork. We do a lot of work with them and our career services to enable them to articulate those skills. So I think there's a really kind of somewhere this unhelpful idea that history restricts you has somehow got into the student mix, and I think the more we can do to reassure people who really love history and are interested in it, you can do a non-history degree, having done a history degree, and then keep up your historical interest through other mechanisms. Anyway, enough of that. Let's whiz back to the 17th century. What I'm going to try and do today, I'm going to try and do too much, so you can critique my presentation. Yeah, I'm trying to do too much. I've got too many slides. Okay, so I've lowered your expectations nicely. I'm going to talk about the East Anglian witch trials. And on the advice of Steph, who's one of my lovely alumni from Essex, I'm going to try and set out a possible Key Stage 3, 5 to 6 lessons that you might do on the East Anglian witch trials. Now, you know a lot better than I whether any of this will work, so I apologise in advance if the ideas I'm suggesting are over-ambitious or just pie in the sky. But hopefully, some of the things I say might be interesting. You might be able to take some of them away to adapt them in your own teaching. Also, if you're doing the A-level witchcraft paper, you might find some of the things that I say about what's going on in East Anglia in the mid-17th century interesting anyway. Okay, so I had a look at the national curriculum before I started. We're very privileged at uni that we don't have to worry about a national curriculum. We have subject benchmarks, which are much more about key skills, but the substantive material through which we deliver those skills is left much more to our own devices. And I got a sort of feeling that you guys have a little bit more wriggle room at Key Stage 3 to teach a little bit more perhaps flexibly, or perhaps more flexible assessment as well. So I was going to suggest that you might be able to link this East Anglian witch trial material to Key Stage 3 as a local study, and it obviously links to that broader theme of British history in the period 1509 to 1745. I'll talk a little bit about those. Thank you, Steph. Always do what your ex-students tell you. Okay, so a little bit of focus on these concepts: significance, cause, consequence, continuity and change, complexity. But I think there are some words missing from there. I think empathy is hugely important, that's been mentioned. I think historical perspective is hugely important, and that's been mentioned. And I think imagination is very, very important, and that doesn't seem to be in there. So I'm going to try and bring those in as well. I'm going to give you some quite concrete suggestions for sources. I always, when I teach this stuff, give trigger warnings. Some of it is quite disturbing. There are pictures of people being hanged, references to torture. I think, you know, we can sometimes underestimate how affected students can be by some of this. So the weird green thing is a trigger warning. So what I really try and do in this presentation is get away from the idea that it was all about Matthew Hopkins. Okay, now there are very good reasons that people think the East Anglian witch trials were all about Matthew Hopkins. One of which was the 1968 film, Witchfinder General, and the kind of the legacy of that. And if you go to Manningtree nowadays, I don't know if you can see it very well, but on the top part of the town sign at Manningtree, lo and behold, who is there? Matthew Hopkins. And I think you can broaden this idea out to other periods and themes in history. So thinking about how much one individual shapes certain events, what motivates them, how far it's perhaps a bit lazy to say it was all down to that person, because it sort of you know, means we don't have to do too much thinking beyond that. So I really want to try and encourage students to think beyond this sort of monocausal blaming of one individual. Now, the East Anglian witch trials are very significant in and of themselves. So they are the largest episode of witch persecution in English history. They're pretty small beer compared to European witch trials. So early modern Germany executes 25,000 people. Early modern England executes 500. So if you did a big European-wide comparison, England is relatively sort of small scale. But in the English context, the East Anglian witch trials are very significant. So around 100 people, as far as we know, the sources aren't all brilliant, they haven't all survived. At least 100 people, mainly women, are executed between 1645 and 1647. So about a fifth of that whole total of 500 are executed in our region in about 2.5 year period. The two largest group executions in English history of witches happen in East Anglia at this time. 15 people are executed here in Chelmsford. In July 1645, 18 people are executed in Bury St Edmunds in August 1645. So the largest mass executions of witches happen at this time in East Anglia. And we've also got this very, very unusual phenomenon of the witch finders. And there are two of them. Matthew Hopkins is one, John Stern is the other. And not only do they both take this role upon themselves, but they also write books about their experiences. They try and defend their actions in print, and therefore we have this very, very unusual and very valuable source material. We actually can see and read the words of the witch finders. So this is my plan. No idea if it would work. Throw rotten tomatoes at me at the end if it doesn't. So I've decided we'd start with some context. We'd start with some understanding of witchcraft and how it was prosecuted, why it was prosecuted, why on earth was everybody worked up about this. Talk a little bit about why things start, talk a bit about what motivated the witch finders, but also, really, really importantly, what about the victims? Where are their voices? Where are their feelings, where do they fit into this narrative, and then some assessment at the end. I've suggested that might run over 6 sessions, but as I say, I really am not an expert, so you might think that's far too much. You might want to stretch it over more lessons, or perhaps just pick 1 or 2 of them for your own purposes. Now, it's a really strange topic, witchcraft. It's very, very alien to the vast majority of our students. They don't get it. It's bizarre. How could people believe in magic? How could people think you could kill someone with a curse? How could someone think you could have sex with the devil? I mean, it's just very, very strange stuff. So I think it really helps to invest some time in understanding belief systems and understanding religion. And again, these can be quite alien concepts to pupils at school nowadays. And Obviously, they don't have to agree with these, they don't have to believe in them, but they do need to try, and it is hard, and it's fine to be honest about that. History is a difficult subject. Trying to understand different belief systems, that is the root of an empathetic approach to history, which is why I actually think teaching witchcraft and witch trials can be very useful, because you have to practice trying to understand very different beliefs from your own. So, what do we know then about 17th century England? Well, religion is hugely important, and it's not just a set of beliefs, it's an entire worldview. People believe that their material world is absolutely suffused with supernatural, spiritual and religious energy, beings and significance. And they genuinely think witches can harm them. They believe that black witchcraft is the power to do harm through magic. But what's even worse, they also believe that witchcraft is a religious crime. It's a crime against God. That's why they take it so seriously. It's not a marginal thing. And I tend, when I teach this topic, to completely avoid the term superstition. These aren't superstitions. These are profoundly held beliefs from the monarch down to the peasantry, okay? Everybody believes in this, pretty much. So these aren't popular beliefs or superstitions. They are a worldview within which witchcraft is feared, and therefore it's something you need to take action against. And that matters because it's also a crime. People executed for witchcraft are tried in courts of law. The trials that they undergo are riddled with what we would regard as abuses and very, very problematic procedures, but by the context of the day, they are tried in courts of law according to statutes. So this is not mob justice, this is a legal process. So it matters to the educated governing elites of our early modern European countries, because they go to the bother of passing laws against it. There's a very good online link to, I'm not going to follow all the links, don't worry, but there's a good online link to the 1604 witchcraft statute. Many of you probably use that or know of it. I just think it's worth mentioning that to students. You know, this is a law of the land passed by Parliament, ratified by the monarch, which says witches should be hanged if they kill people. You could, if you want to, and again, I'm not going to go through this, you can look at the slides if you would like to. This is a section from the statute which looks at paragraph 2. And again, depending on the ability of your students, you might get them to look at that as an extract or pick out a couple of sentences. Students really find this quite exciting. They realise that in the 17th century, there was no consistency in spelling. You didn't have to know how to punctuate, and it gets them very, very excited. And it often gets them really, really baffled. And bafflement is a good starting point as a historian. You want to know why. You want to know what. What on earth is this about? What does it mean? So essentially, this paragraph is saying someone is going to suffer pains of death, i.e., it's a capital crime, if they practice, exercise any invocation or conjure any evil or wicked spirits, or employ, feed or reward any evil spirits, whereby any person is killed, destroyed, or lamed in his or her body or any part thereof. So that really gets you to the heart of this belief system. Harmful magic and consorting with evil spirits. That's what it's about, and it's there in the statute, and if the court finds you guilty, you are going to be executed. That's an image of mid-17th century women being hanged for witchcraft. We don't have any images of this from the East Anglian witch trials. There's only one image from the East Anglian witch trials, which I'll show you shortly. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. This is from the later 1640s in Newcastle. Shows the women being hanged and probably another unknown witchfinder being paid for his labour in the corner there. And that's just a table showing you a comparison. There are 2 witchcraft statutes passed in England one in 1563, and then that one is made more severe by King James I in 1604. But it just really reminds us that this is very much a legal framework that we are dealing with. You can talk to students about the witch is familiar. This is the evil spirit or imp the statute was referring to. And this is the very first print image of a witch is familiar in English history. It's from a pamphlet published about the 3 women who were tried for witchcraft. They were all from Hatfield Peveril in Essex. One of them was executed. And this pamphlet was the first witchcraft trial pamphlet that was published in print in England, and it came out in 1566. And the chap who was printing it tried to imagine what a demonic dog would have looked like. And usually when students see that, they laugh. They just think it's so silly, ridiculous and stupid. And it is in our eyes, but we need to remember, going back to that statute, that people at the time thought that this was an incarnation of the devil, the demonic, the evil, and it was helping the witch to do her harmful magic. So again, it looks a bit daft to us, but we need to get our heads around what people at the time believed about it. I won't bore you with all that detail. Do have a look at it in your own time if you want to. It just shows you the legal process. So basically, most people accused of witchcraft in England are accused in their local community. They are then taken before a local justice of the peace, that's a local gentleman. And if that local gentleman, who incidentally doesn't always necessarily have any legal training, his main qualification for that role is his landed wealth and his masculinity, not necessarily the best qualification for making life and death decisions about anybody. If he decides there is a case to answer, that suspect is taken to a local jail, held in unspeakably horrible conditions until the assize courts come into town. They come into town twice a year. Very often, assize trials are held here in Chelmsford. Assize courts are usually held in the largest county town of a particular county. So when you hear about the Chelmsford witch trials, they are not trials of people from Chelmsford for witchcraft. They are trials of people from other parts of Essex who have been brought to Chelmsford for the assize courts. Most of them come from other towns and villages, mainly villages in other parts of Essex, and that would be the same for any counties that we look at. And if sent to trial, the witch is charged, and a little indictment or charge sheet is drawn up against them. You could show your students an example of a charge sheet, just to reassure them that there is legal, this is a legal process for which there's evidence. This is one of the charges brought against Elizabeth Clark, who Atari has already mentioned. She's the first person to be accused in the East Anglian witch trials in Manningtree. And this is the charge brought against her. So this is the formal document that we have about Elizabeth Clark's trial. She's called Elizabeth Clark of Manningtree, a spinster. On the 20th of June in 1645 in Manningtree, she bewitched John Edwards, the infant son of Richard Edwards of Manningtree, a gentleman who languished, that's the son, until the 5th of July following, when he died at Manningtree. And that's endorsed, in other words, people are willing to support that allegation as witnesses by Matthew Hopkins, John Stern, Richard Edwards, Susan Edwards, Robert Taylor, and Edward Parsley. These were originally drawn up in Latin, but there's a very good, if very old, English edition of these indictments that you can see these in. You could ask students, what does it tell us? It gives us the bare bones of the charge against Elizabeth, but it really doesn't tell us much about her socioeconomic status, the status of her accusers, the tensions behind that accusation, the backstory, if you like. So indictments are very, very short, factual bits of information, necessary documents charging someone with a crime, but there's a heck of a lot missing. We do not have in England very good sources for the history of witchcraft. Compared, my main research is actually on German witch trials. German witch trials, I've got some 17th century cases where I have 900 pages of written testimony. It's a lot more than an indictment, but we have some evidence for the English witch trials, and the main difference there was because English justice was still largely done orally, and therefore we don't get that vast amount of written evidence. That's an indictment. It's helpful, but there's still a lot missing. I then talk a bit about context, and obviously I think the key context, this is where you can start linking things back to the national, the national legislation, the political tensions, religious divisions of the Civil War. We know East Anglia is very much dominated by Puritans and parliamentarians, but it still has some pockets of Catholicism. And I think it's important to remember that people at the time conceptualised the Civil War as like a cosmic battle between good and evil. If you weren't with us, you were against us. So Puritans regard the king, the royalists, the Catholics, the witches, they're all ungodly others who could do with persecuting. And there's a really interesting sort of explosion of print culture and print literature at this time. And this is an image of Prince Rupert of the Rhine, the leader of the royalist cavalry. And a lot of the Puritan propaganda argues that Prince Rupert is actually a magician, a sorcerer, and we know this because he has a demonic dog. This is his poodle dog, who was called Boy. Apparently a genuinely unusual German breed of dog, which he brought over with him in the mid 17th century. And if you want to go down a rabbit hole in relation to Prince Rupert and his demonic dog, there's a link there to a website. But this sort of discussion of familiars can really engage some students. So it's quite interesting that somebody that you would normally think would be completely protected from any suspicion of witchcraft, a man, a nobleman, a relative of the king, because of the Civil War and because of this fear of the ungodly, he becomes tainted as well with this suspicion of witchcraft. He's never actually prosecuted, but it plays into these fears that are articulated in print culture. So, very quickly then, what's actually happening? And I think this goes back to some of the earlier discussions today about substantive knowledge. There are a lot of generalisations about witch trials. There are a lot of assumptions out there about witch trials. Witch trials, every single witch trial has a beginning, a middle and an end. And therefore understanding the sequence of events, why things happen, why they start, why they carry on, why they finally come to an end, I think really, really matters. So the events of 1645 to 7 start in March 1645. Elizabeth Clark is arrested in Manningtree. The final trials are in 1647. They begin in Essex, spread to Suffolk, Norfolk, Cambridgeshire, Northamptonshire, Huntingdonshire and the Isle of Ely. The county worst affected is actually Suffolk, followed by Essex and Norfolk. Other counties have smaller episodes. The trials are by far the worst in 1645, and they've run out of steam by 1647. So it reminds us that they are particular to times and places, and again I think that really helps students situate historical events in context. Time matters and place matters as well. That's the map from a very good book that I think Atari mentioned, Malcolm Gaskell's book called Witchfinders, and he shows some of the places the witchfinders went to on that map. Why do they start in Manningtree? Well, there are very particular local circumstances, and it's not just to do with the witchfinders. There are lots of other local, powerful men who are in favour of witch prosecution. Witch finding is not an official thing. There's no kind of job description to be a witch finder. There's no official legal position of being a witch finder. Basically, Matthew Hopkins and Johnston join in once the witch trials are starting. So we have 2 local legal officials, the justices of the peace, and we have powerful local men like the chap Richard Edwards that we looked at briefly in the indictment. We have lots of powerful local men very much in favour of finally getting rid of suspected witches. And it's in that context that Matthew Hopkins and John Stern, who were both Puritan gentlemen living in Manningtree at the time, they get involved and volunteer their services. So that's how it all starts in Manningtree. And Elizabeth Clark, the first woman accused, is a very easy target. She's poor, old, and one-legged, and we are told that her own mother and other kinsfolk were executed as witches. So she's probably from a family of reputed black witches, and that reputation is very hard to escape. And it seems likely that the community in Manningtree seizes the moment, seizes the opportunity of the Civil War to finally, in their eyes, try and get rid of this feared local woman. Again, I won't go through this in much detail. Matthew Hopkins, originally from Suffolk, from Great Wenham, a younger son, no real career path mapped out for him. Relatively young, he's born in 1620, so he's only in his early to mid-20s when he gets involved with the witch trials. So that earlier image of Vincent Price in the film, way too old. He was about 30 years too old for the role of Matthew Hopkins. But there's been some interesting research that was done in 2008. I've listed all the literature on the final slide. What Francis Timbers did in this article from 2008 was actually explain why on earth was Matthew Hopkins in Manningtree. That's always been a bit of a mystery. Why does this younger son from Suffolk end up in Manningtree? Well, Timbers, I think, has shown beyond doubt it was because Hopkins' father, who was a Puritan minister, has died, and his mother remarries. And his mother remarries the local rector, Thomas Whittam, of Manningtree and Mistley. So that's why Hopkins ends up in Manningtree. And that really matters for another reason, because it means that Hopkins is related by marriage to Richard and Susan Edwards, those early accusers of Elizabeth Clark. So Susan Edwards is the son of Thomas Whittam by his first wife. So Matthew Hopkins and Susan Edwards are effectively sort of step-siblings. So it seems, if you read the Hopkins text, he talks about his fear of witches, the sect of witches living in Manningtree, attacking him, plaguing him and his family. And it may be that that's reflecting the real concerns of Richard and Susan Edwards for their children, for the death of their child. So this research by Timbers has really helped to situate Hopkins in the Manningtree context much more effectively. If he hadn't become a witch finder, we wouldn't know anything about him really. He's fairly insignificant otherwise. He dies of TB in 1647, just after writing his book, explaining why he was a witch finder. And that's the only image that we have of anything to do with the East Anglian witch trials from the time. And it's from his own publication. He wrote his book in 1647. And that's how he wants us to remember him. And it can be really interesting with students to ask, how would they read that image? What image do you think Hopkins was trying to portray of himself? And what on earth is going on otherwise? And actually what's going on in the foreground is we've got 2 of his victims, Elizabeth Clark indicated by the arrow. We've got 2 of his victims, he's interrogating them, and they are supposedly confessing to having these demonic familiars, these imps, these evil spirits, and they are portrayed at the front of the picture there with their rather fantastical names. And the eagle-eyed amongst you might notice that there's a demonic dog in the middle there that looks a bit like the poodle dog boy. But again, it's very much this very English belief in witchcraft, the witch being in league with a harmful familiar. We we mustn't forget John Stern. John Stern really gets missed out of a lot of these stories. Not because I want to glorify him, but just to say he was a second witch finder. He was very, very similar to Hopkins. He was from Suffolk. He was a Puritan. He was a minor gentleman. And again, we only know of him because he becomes a witch finder. And he also writes a book about what he did in 1648. He's older than Hopkins. He's married, he has a family home near Bury St Edmunds, and for some reason, again, which we don't quite know why, he happened to be in Manningtree in 1645, and he jumped on the witch-finding bandwagon along with Hopkins then. So why don't things just stop then? If things start in Manningtree, why do they end up spreading across the eastern counties? What are the mechanisms there? I think that can really help students understand how phenomena move across time and space. Horribly, because this Essex phase, this early phase, was very successful, at least in the eyes of the witchfinders. So, of 29 Essex women tried here in Chelmsford, only one was acquitted. The rest were found guilty, sentenced to hang. 9 of those were reprieved and pardoned, although most of them died in jail anyway, so it wasn't quite as positive as it might sound. 19 ended up being executed, 15 here in Chelmsford, and 4 back in Manningtree. So that encourages other communities interested perhaps in witch finding that it might actually be worth having a go at. And very crucially, our witch finders get on their horses and they travel into Suffolk. If they'd stayed put, then again, maybe it wouldn't have spread, but Hopkins and Stern really matter because they are the ones who move things by becoming geographically mobile. First of all, travelling to Suffolk and then elsewhere in the eastern counties. And they are offering their services. They are growing into this role. It's very much of the moment. It's very opportunistic. Without that particular set of circumstances, it could probably not have happened. It's nothing that they've planned. How could they? But they seize the day and they offer their services and their expertise. And some communities, not all, but some communities across these Anglian counties call them in, deal with our witches, deal with our problem. Not all, some resist, but this is what spreads the witch trials and the accusations across the eastern counties. And they feel like they enable communities to go public with their suspicions. And this is where we come, I think, to the very disturbing aspects of this, because the reason these trials are deemed to be successful, the reason that the witchfinders get people to confess is because they are effectively torturing them into confession. Now, torture isn't technically allowed in English law, so what Hopkins and Stern do, they call searching and watching. And that sounds a bit of a euphemistic, perhaps, but it actually means stripping suspects naked. Hopkins and Stern don't do it, incidentally. It would have been completely inappropriate as men, as Puritan gentlemen. They get local women to do this for them. So lots of women actually act as searchers, and the searchers examine the bodies of these suspects and also prick any unusual marks with sharp instruments to see if they're unnatural. And the watching was also a team effort. Watching basically meant sleep deprivation. You would take your suspects, tie them to a chair, deprive them of sleep, food, water for a couple of days, and very often, inevitably, people would confess. And again, you get a team of local people in to help you with that. You can't do searching on your own as a witchfinder, and you can't do watching. So this reflects the level of communal involvement in these witch trials. And again, you might think, why would you do this? Is this sadism? Is this misogyny? What's going on? Is it the power of the fear of the witch? What do you think? I think it's always there are always these really good moments where you can get some discussion going. But But witch trials come to an end. They don't go on forever. They don't spread everywhere. So we need to remember the dangers of generalising as historians. You know, we always need to qualify what we're saying. So Hopkins and Stern, once they move away from Essex and Suffolk, they have a much less sympathetic reception. People don't know who they are. People are affronted by their arrogance, by their alleged claims to authority. And also, popular enthusiasm declines once communities realise it costs money to do witch finding. You've got to pay witch finders, you've got to pay jail fees for poor suspects. And we know, for example, in Suffolk, that the enthusiasm of local communities declines once people realise it's going to cost them quite a bit of money. It's nothing to do with belief at that stage, it's to do with the practicalities of witch persecution. And there are also some critical voices raised. So again, we need to remember that not everybody thinks witch persecution is a good idea. Colchester Borough Council in 1645 tells the witch finders to take a hike. There's a minister in Huntingdonshire who preaches against Hopkins in 1646, and the justices of the peace in Norfolk are critical of Hopkins in 1647. So again, it's not a simple story of everybody being on board with what was going on. And Hopkins has got TB and he dies, becomes very ill and dies in 1647, and that really takes the wind out of the witchfinder's sails when he dies. So again, it's again a hideous phenomenon, but a relatively, and I use that term wisely, a relatively short-lived one, and there's a lot of reaction against it afterwards. Those are just the title pages of a couple of texts. That's the one by the Huntingdonshire critic John Gall. That's the title page of Hopkins' own book. And it's very interesting because it's called The Discovery of Witches, but if you show it to students and ask them to have a think about what the title is saying, it's a very long title. It actually says, in answer to several queries. And those queries are criticisms. So basically Hopkins goes into print just before he dies while he's very ill because he wants to defend himself. So we get these criticisms of Hopkins because he reprints them in his own book because he's trying to answer them. I think you could then have a couple of sessions on motivation, trying to understand what motivates people in the past. And I think that speaks to some of the earlier papers that we've had about historical perspective, about getting individual voices, about trying to understand big abstract concepts through examples. You know, you might ask your students to write down a list. What do they think was motivating the witch finders? Give me your top 3 or your top 5. And you know, you could then share them and see which ones crop up most often. And I tend to find that students often explain motivation using perhaps more modern understandings. You know, they were in it for the money, that they were misogynists, and you know, that's an interesting starting point for a discussion. But we might also want to think about 17th century belief systems about harmful magic and the fear that witches were actually in league with the devil. And we have to try, although it's very difficult to take that seriously. And again, you know, lots of things might come out of that. Financial greed, ambition, hatred of women, sense of duty. That can be a very interesting exercise to see what your students think. Doing their bit in the fight against evil, remember the Civil War context. You could also look at what the witch finders say about this. So this is where we do have this really, really exceptional opportunity to take the students right in to the primary sources. We can get at what Matthew Hopkins and John Stern said about what they were doing. Whether we believe them or not is clearly another big question, but I think the Discovery of Witches by Matthew Hopkins is very good on this because he gives the criticism and then gives his answer to it. And there's a good, and again the link is there, there's a good easily navigable online version of his publication. It's a relatively short publication. The only drawback of it is it doesn't reproduce that nice image. If you want to see the title page and the image, the British Library holds one of the original copies of his book. But this is an example, and again, I won't go through it in too much detail, but it's criticism 14. All a witchfinder does is fleece the country of their money and therefore rides and goes about to towns to have employment. So, you know, you can get students to think, what is he actually being accused of? Do you get the early modern language there? What is Hopkins being accused of in relation to motivation? And what opinion do you think that critic had of the witchfinders? What can you get out of that passage that would help you understand contemporary criticisms of Hopkins? And that's quite a long answer from Matthew Hopkins, but this is his own words in response to that criticism. And again, I'm not going to go through all of it, but again, you could ask the students to think about how he's trying to defend himself. But it's quite interesting that in trying to do that, he gives us some quite interesting evidence about how he actually did his witch finding. He talks about riding around with a company with 3 horses and charging 20 shillings a conviction. So actually, ironically, his defence of that allegation gives us some quite intriguing information about what he actually did. That's Stern's text. I won't say too much about it. It's much, much, much longer than Hopkins, and it's much less clearly structured in that Q&A format. So I think it's a lot harder to use in teaching, but I've just given you a link to a copy of it in case you're interested. And you might ask your students, you know, how much the witchfinders matter. I've suggested some ideas there. You know, that their nobility matters a lot, their coercive interrogation tactics matter a lot. But I don't think that they could have done this without the context of the Civil War. And I think it's really, really important to remember, and again, this is a lesson or an idea that you can take into many other different themes and topics in the curriculum. You know, there are lots of other people in East Anglia in the mid-17th century without whom the witch trials could never have started and certainly could never have been as horrific. So local justices of the peace, the lawmakers, the judges of the assize courts, the jurymen, the people willing to accuse and act as witnesses. In Chelmsford in 1645, 92 people from Essex rocked up in court to testify against the witches. Not just Hopkins, not just Stern, 92 men and women from Essex were so concerned about these women that they went to court to testify against them. And as I said before, watching and searching inevitably needed the help of local women in the case of searching, and also local men in the case of this watching. But I think it's super important. I was really glad I noticed from Itari's presentation that some of the accused women were being looked at, and I think that's so important for us to do. And I think this is where, you know, we really need to exercise empathy, imagination, as well as, I don't think that should be regarded as something instead of, but as well as close consideration of context, close consideration of evidence, and the two always have to go together. So what might it have been like to be suspected, accused of witchcraft, questioned, searched, watched, arrested and held prisoner? I don't think you can answer any of those questions, and you certainly can't answer any of them very effectively without empathy and without imagination. Hopefully none of us are ever going to be in that position. It's very, very difficult, and this applies to all of the things that we study in the past. We're never going to know what it was like to be a 14th century peasant or a 19th century Russian serf or Martin Luther. We just can't do that. So we always have to exercise empathy and imagination. I think it's a useful subject through which to do this. And I think again, perhaps with Key Stage 3 having a little bit more space for sort of stepping back and considering these sorts of issues, it might be quite a useful moment to do this. And I think it's something as well that can get students very excited about history. It's not just dates and kings and queens, and it's not just writing loads and everything. It's about real people who really matter. And our duty in a way as historians is to take them just as seriously, as we take James I, who ultimately was responsible for the statute against the witches. So one thing I try and do with students is take them to Colchester Castle, because we know that the women from the northeast corner of Essex were held there. They weren't tried there, they were brought here to Chelmsford for trial at these sizes, but they were held for many weeks in abysmal conditions in Colchester. It's one of the few buildings where we can say with certainty, this building had an absolutely verifiable link to the witch persecution. 4 of them died of the plague because the conditions are so appalling. And that's probably incidentally why Colchester Borough Council said, no more witch finding. It wasn't because they didn't believe in witchcraft or they weren't concerned about witchcraft. Their main issue, apart from the Civil War, was the looming threat of a plague epidemic in the town because they had a monumentally overcrowded jail. But that, just to try and help that imaginative, empathetic process, some of that field work, I think, can be very valuable. I was involved between 21 and 22 in a really interesting project with a digital artist, an author called Sid Moore, and lots of local women volunteers from Essex, and we used digital art and pieces of creative writing to try and reimagine the stories of the 36 women who were accused of witchcraft in Essex in 1645. We wanted to shift the emphasis away from the men, away from the witch finders, and we wanted to create kind of a memorial to the accused women. We don't know much about them. We have scraps of evidence in the pamphlets, in the indictments, in particularly Stern's account, but to some extent Hopkins' account, where they make specific reference to some of the suspects. But there are lots of gaps, and as historians, we need to think, what do we do with the gaps? Do we ignore them? Do we try with very, very historically grounded imagination to make up some of those, cover some of those gaps, bridge some of those gaps? And that's what we're trying to do in that project. It was very, very interesting. I was there as the historian. I hesitate to use the word expert because I don't really think I am. Sid was there as the creative writer. Sean was there as the digital artist, and the local volunteers were there as the amazing enthusiasts. And it was just so amazing the questions they asked. Someone was saying, well, I'm writing the backstory of one of the women, and I've got her in her kitchen in Manningtree. Would she have been peeling a potato in 1637? And I can safely say, in all of my academic career, these are really challenging questions. So we had a massive discussion about, when the potato arrived in England, and would it actually and so it really made them think about the authentic, or as nearest to authentic as we're ever going to get, sort of context of these things. And it really made me think about the sorts of questions that we need to think about when we're thinking about people in the past. And I wanted to show you this image. This is the image that one of the project volunteers drew in sort of counterpoint to the Hopkins image, and it's some of the accused women of Manningtree in the local villages, and they're sitting underneath a very famous tree. You may have heard of it. It's called Old Nobley. It's near Manningtree. Has nothing whatsoever to do with the witch trials historically, but it's become associated with them in sort of historical myth. So quite a lot of the work I was doing with this local study was telling people what we could say was historically grounded, but also trying to explain why other myths and ideas have grown up around this very, very emotive and very contentious topic. And it was a really interesting learning experience for me as well. This is a link to the 1645 Essex witch trial pamphlet, which is quite a good link because it's subdivided by accused person, the testimony they gave, the statements they gave. And I just wanted to finish off by diving into some testimony about one of the accused women. So this gives us some sense, insofar as we're ever going to really get as close as we can to the accusations, to the beliefs and the fears of the time. This is one way of doing it. The victim, the accused woman, is from my own home community of Wivenhoe in Essex. She was called Mary Johnson. She was married. She was the wife of a man called Nicholas Johnson, a sailor from Wivenhoe, which is an estuary community. She's accused of having 3 familiars, 3 evil spirits, 2 in the shape of rats and 1 like a mouse. And she's accused of killing 2 children, 2 2-year-old children. And, I think that really takes all of these kind of ideas about witches and all the kind of big, massive explanations, it was due to the Reformation or it was due to population growth. It really gets you to the level of individual fear, individual emotion, and neighbourhood tension. All Mary says is that she's innocent. She denies the accusations. She's taken to Colchester Castle, then she's brought to Chelmsford for trial. She was convicted but reprieved, but she probably died in jail anyway. So it reminds us that even if you're not executed, the impact of a witch prosecution could be hugely devastating anyway. And on the PowerPoint, I've just taken out the pamphlet extracts. So the pamphlet is a written account of the verbal trial testimony. These are often written and published after witch trials in early modern England because they're very sensational. They're very newsworthy. You can sell a lot of them. So they're quite problematic because they are destined for sale. However, they're as close as we're ever going to get in the English context to actually what went on in court, because it was all done verbally. So without these pamphlets, we'd know next to nothing about early modern English witchcraft because the legal system is still predominantly oral. So you could give your students 1 or more of these extracts and ask them, what was she accused of? Who's accusing her? How was she even meant to be able to work her harmful magic? What was going on? Can you get at the beliefs in the testimony? And what do the extracts tell us about the fears and beliefs about witchcraft from the accuser's point of view? We talk about the witch finders, we talk about the victims, but actually you always need someone willing to make an accusation. And so trying, however hard it is, however unpleasant it is, and however disturbing it is, to get at what the accusers thought and said can also be very valuable. And finally, what do you think it was like, or what do you think it might have been like to be in Mary's position? The only words we have from her recorded are, "I am innocent of the charges." That's the only testimony we have of Mary. What do we do then? Do we decide not to say anything about her? Do we say, let's look at the accusers, let's look at the witch finders, and let's ignore Mary? The only way you can get around that lack of testimony, that lack of evidence about Mary, is to try and be imaginative. So I think it's actually quite a useful thing as long as it's grounded in this knowledge. That's one of the accusations from Elizabeth Otley, taken on oath before the justices. She was meant to have given the daughter of Elizabeth Otley an apple, which caused the child to sicken and die. And she was also meant to have sent her rat-like imp to the house of the Otleys, and that caused the child to have fits and die. So behind this accusation is the death of a child. And again, that's something that, you know, we need perhaps to think about and take into account. It doesn't justify the accusation or the treatment of Mary, but it can perhaps help us at least get some way towards understanding it. And that's another allegation made against Mary Johnson by a woman called Annabel Durrant. Basically, they met. Annabel Durrant was from Fingringhoe. She met Mary walking along the path along the river, and Annabel had her child. She was holding her child's hand, and Mary Johnson said to the child, "It was a pretty child," and she stroked its face and gave it a piece of bread and butter. Poor Mary, she's trying to be kind, she's trying to be complimentary, she's trying to interact positively with her neighbours, but lo and behold, what happens? The informant's child, Annabel's child, eats the bread and shrieks and sickens and dies. And the child continued for the space of 8 days, shrieking and tearing itself, and then died. So again, the emotion, the tension, the death of children, again, this really brings these big processes and explanations down right to the level of the very specific. Just to finish then, I have no idea if this would work, so just shoot me down in flames if it's a load of baloney, but these are some assessment ideas that I'll finish with. Get students to write a short essay or piece of writing or whatever it's called in response to a question that you've already talked about. Motivation of the witch finders, how responsible were they for the witch trials? I think that would give them confidence that they've already covered some of that in discussions, but also give them a bit of room for their own ideas. Or, you know, why did the witch trials, or how did the witch trials spread? So something that's been covered at some level, but that they could then write about perhaps in a bit more length. Or you might relate some piece of writing to a source extract. So, you know, what does the statute or what does the pamphlet extract or the title page or even the image? You know, the sources don't have to be texts. Early modern people read images. They are largely non-textually literate, so the pictures really, really, really matter. So you can ask them, what does this source, what does it tell us about beliefs? What's it about? And again, you probably get very different answers, you know, relative to the level of ability. What are its strengths and weaknesses, if you think that they're kind of able to do that sort of evaluation. I really, really love the Shakespeare task, because that's exactly the sort of thing that I think works really well. Do something more creative, get students excited. You want them, God forbid, to choose to do this GCSE. Who knows, they might even want to come and do it at A-level or at university. Even if they don't, I find it so depressing when I meet people who say, oh, I love history, but I hated it at school. How sad is that? Why should they not love history at school? So get them to do something more creative. I've done this with primary school kids, and it absolutely blew my mind. Years 5 and years 6 were writing letters from the point of view of someone held in Colchester Castle. They did a play. They wrote a play about a witch trial. They did pieces of art. What is a witch, we asked, and they all went off and did bits of art. So I think when you've got room to bring in creative things like that, I also think you are enabling students who struggle with reading, who struggle with writing, to show their knowledge in another way. I don't think we should always expect that students can only show that they know stuff by writing. And finally, could you use art or even design? You know, if you're good on tech, I'm rubbish on tech, so if a student's very good with these various sort of drawing and tech programs, could you design a memorial to commemorate the victims of the witch trials? Where do you think it should be put and why? So they still need to write something in relation to that. Now, I know from teaching at uni, we've got a lot more freedom to design a curriculum. We absolutely subscribe to the idea, I think Mike mentioned earlier, or perhaps it was somebody else, Jonathan, perhaps, variation of diet. Students need that, students want that. We need to enable them to show their knowledge, their understanding in different formats. So we try and do that at university, and the big debate we always have about that is, oh, you need grade criteria for every single different piece of assessment, and then everyone decides, oh, let's just stick to written work because we've got the grade criteria for those. But I think if you're going to go for lots of flexible assessments or varied assessments, keeping the grade criteria fairly broad is probably the best way to go. Again, I don't know if this would work for you at Key Stage 3, but grade criteria, demonstrating an understanding of materials that you've looked at, demonstrating an empathy with the historical subjects that you're studying, and demonstrating an ability to fulfil the brief of the question. And then you give them some choice, and you also give students a very different abilities, a range of things to work on and work with. And you can be really, really amazed by what they decide to do. The ownership they take of it as well is very, very striking. Whether it would work, I don't know. But anyway, I'll just offer you those ideas. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Right, sorry. I don't know why it's on that. It's fine. Right, this is the kind of the final push now. So we've got the wrap up, but before we do that, and I know you all want to go home and do other exciting things and on a Saturday afternoon/evening. So I just wanted to say thank you so much to our wonderful Teachmeet speakers. So Emily, who kicked us off this morning, thank you so much. Owen, you did an absolutely brilliant job. Amanda and Jacob, you were all together in wonderful lectures you did together. They were really thought-provoking, and you gave up your time and me hassling you over an email saying, please can I have this, please can I have that. So thank you so much for that. So round of applause for them, please. Also, in our second Teachmeet, Cameron, who's probably not going to talk to me for at least 2 weeks, Cameron, Satara and Matt, who did some brilliant things that I've really wanted to think about, and we've already started having conversations about particularly climate, because that's something we definitely want to try and do and have that. So round of applause for them. And then our wonderful keynote. So Mike, you really made me think today about what we could do, what we can do, and what's possible. Jonathan, you had a tough gig with assessment, but I find that really interesting. So I've really had an opportunity to think about that today, so I'll go home and have a really good think. And then finally to Alison, because I'm obviously very excited that she's here, because as she's right. She also did mention that she unfortunately had to deal with both my undergraduate and my postgraduate dissertations, which weren't on witchcraft, they were on women and men's football actually. So, you can do lots of different things at university. So thank you so much for giving up the time, I really do appreciate it. Final thanks is to the wonderful history team who have given it their time today, which is Claire, Emily and Tina's hiding at the back. And then Rogers is at the back hiding with Seema, so thank you very much. So we're going to do the raffle now. So are you ready, everybody? Do you have your raffle ticket? Alison, do you want to pull the raffle? Oh,
Tickets now, I don't want to be confused. I've got a ticket.
And can you pull the, what's it? Shout, and I'll shout the number. Are you ready? They're at the front. We've got stationery, wonderful gifts given to us by Hodder, OUP and Collins, and there's chocolate and balloons basically. Sorry.
Okay.
It's always a winner. 2, 3, 1. 2, 3. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. So the lady selling the raffle tickets is the first person to get a raffle ticket. I'm really sorry. Emily, okay, next one is 210. 210? 210. Fabulous. Please come up, sir. Take something exciting. Are we going again? Everything has to go, please. 155. 155. Oh, hello. Choose something exciting. I mean, I think Tina chose the book everybody wanted, just saying. Yeah, noted. 166. 166. Oh, there we go. Fabulous. There's still books. There's still other bits. ADD, please. 221. 221. If that's you, Tina, you're not allowed to win. 221. Fabulous. Dig right in. 39. If you did that this morning, well done you. Number 30. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. Stop winning. Sorry. I mean, all the money goes towards, we're going to do Alzheimer's UK, so that's what we're going to donate towards. 259. Anyone 259? 259? 259. Oh, Karen, yes! Is that mine or yours? Oh no! Don't choose the books that I donated because they're all mine. No, don't choose any of those. That's a book from my office. Brilliant. Okay, fabulous. 99. That's a very good book. I haven't read it. Well,
99.
99. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. 99. No, please go away, Rogers. 99. How many more have we got?
6 after this.
17. Number 17. Yes, you won something. You're allowed to win, yeah. Definitely. I'm so glad you won. Oh, this is really testing my eyesight. 170. Sorry, 170. 170. Okay, oh, we're doing the chuck it back in thing. 139. Oh, yeah, we got a new person. Fabulous. 82. I feel like I don't know big numbers, so I can't do that. 82. 82. Another one?
You? Go on then.
Emily's one. Yay! Choose something. Oh, we've got some luggage as well. We've got 3 months now, sorry, but he's up to his game. Because obviously the books I bought were very exciting.
Obviously, he knows teachers and stuff.
I want one of those. We could do like a mug. Do a swap. I want a mug.
105.
105. 105. Woo. I'm going to break this. 105. 105. Mr. L, did you buy any? You're a cheapskate, Mr. L. Just saying. Do you want to buy one now? Okay, I can't guarantee that. How many more? How many more?
5.
Okay, go. People have got homes to go to.
174.
174.
Oh, that's awesome.
Did you buy? Oh, I see. You want a mug now. I see. Noted. Come on. 93.
Emma?
93. What? Did you not want to come up?
There's someone.
Okay, go.
97.
97. Is that you as well? Oh, no. Fabulous. What? Get a mug. Why not?
58.
58. 58. 58. We have 2 prizes left. One more. Final one. Final one is. Oh, did you go for the stationery? I know you did that.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah. Okay.
255.
255. Oh, not you again. Is it actually? Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah. It's actually you. Oh, okay. That's because I'm lucky, you know. Not really. Right, that's it. Just want to say an absolutely massive thank you to everybody that's made their way to the wonderful town that is Chelmsford, and we're not just famous for witchcraft, so yeah. And hopefully we'll see you all again soon in probably Manchester next time, and we'll hopefully, as this has gone so well, we'll have one too. Take care, safe travels home. Thank you so much for coming.
Go back on the train, watching a large oh my gosh, it's so good. You've been like your train when in your very, very adaptable.